into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, what's up, what's up? Happy Monday. I can't believe it's already Monday again. It's already September 18th. This is nuts. Hi, Jax. Hi, Judy. Long time no see. Hi, B-Crumbs. Princess Megan Elsa. Hi, Jeanette. Hi, Dina. Hi, Spicy Sugar. Music City Mom. Hey, Tony. Hi, Petunia. Hi, Crime Curious. Sweet Caroline. Hey, BG. Diane, you might not be back yet, but if you are, hi, Diane. Oh, yeah, this is mind-blowing info. I know, it's kind of crazy. Our bucket list has holes, for sure. Hey, Crime Time with Mel. Good to see you. Hey, Rexy. Hey, Ramblin' Rome. Salty, okay, I know you commented before the live. I saw that. Hey, Texas Angel. Hi, Rainbow Mom. Hi, True Crime Crazy. Hi, Alibi. What's up, Heather Brett? Hey, Crime Sleuthin. Crime Sleuthin, are you live today or tomorrow on Idaho? Let me know. Hey, Inspector Gadget. Hey, Candace. Texas Angel, long time no see. All right. So yesterday my daughter turned 13. So we were celebrating her birthday, even though I'm not happy that she's all getting old and stuff. But hey, Maggie and me. But I did, it's tomorrow. Okay. My live today was actually going to be on Idaho, and then this document dropped, and I'm like, I have to switch it to Delphi. So tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central, so that's 5 p.m. my time. Okay. Okay, I was going to do a live tomorrow. I'll figure out what time then. She's still young, yeah. Hi, Iowa Backyard Cam. Hey, Ellen. Maggie, me, I think I said hi to you, but I know I looked at your name. I don't know if I ended up saying the words out loud. See, dogs in the house. Yeah, so she turned 13, and I was like, you're officially a teenager, even though she's been acting like one for at least a year. But she's beautiful. I love her. I love that girl. Hi, Malicious Intent. I'm gonna retire as an adult. I'm tired of paying my rent and my bills. I try to tell my kids that, whoa, Commander Alpha Turkey, you changed your name. I love it. Commander Alpha Turkey. Don't make me be the alpha, Commander. Don't make me be the alpha. I don't even know how to say. I totally got thrown off because of Commander Ender Turkey, Commander Alpha Turkey's new name. What was I saying? Hey, Jaded. What was I saying? Oh, of course I noticed. But now I don't know what I was saying. Totally lost track. I think I was just telling you how much I like my kid. That she's a good kid. She's a keeper. But I don't remember if that's what I was saying. So, whatever. Anyway, so I was going to go live today and talk about the 48 Hours episode and some of the things that we kind of learned, some of the things that I was like, I think we already knew this. But I think I'm probably going to do that. This live is probably going to take a while. The one for Delphi right now, these documents are there. There's a lot, and there's a lot of pages and a lot to unpack. So I thought maybe I would do Idaho tonight, but I don't know if I can pull that off. So I might just have to do it tomorrow afternoon. Hi, S. Hockett. Crime Time with Bells back. Okay, so I'm not going to go deep into like Delphi case. So if hopefully you guys know it. If you don't know it, I have multiple lives on Delphi that I'll teach you all the backstory. But I'll just give you just a little synopsis just in case. Hi, MK. Hi, Quinny. Hey, Jen P. This is also crazy. I know. Heather Bratt, buckle up. Yeah, buckle up. We're going to need it. Quinny. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. You know what? Honestly, this has always been... Okay, so let me back up. I'll just back up for a second. So February 13th of 2017, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, she goes by Abby, so Libby and Abby, had the day off of school. And so they lived in Delphi. They went to the Monon High Bridge, and just were going for a walk. It was something that was not abnormal. Libby's older sister dropped them off. And Libby's dad was supposed to pick them up. When he went there to pick them up, they were nowhere to be found. He started calling in the police. He started calling the family members. Everybody was searching. And on February 14th, they found the girls. Now, this was very, very tight-lipped investigation. I mean, we think Idaho's tight-lipped. This was very tight-lipped. We just didn't really know anything. They never really released the girls' cause of death. We'd heard a lot of rumors over many years, so we finally got more when they arrested Richard Allen in October of 2022. So 5.5 years later, we finally got a little bit more information, but so there's tons of speculation. If you don't know the case and you choose to trying to go down like, a Reddit rabbit hole, you will be there for the rest of your life. I promise you that. It is a lot. There has been a lot of speculation based on the fact that there was not a lot of information given to the public. There was always rumors that the bodies of the girls were staged. Hi, ATS. Yeah, text messages and people around town. It was so much speculation and so much fill in the blanks because people really wanted to know what happened. This was a very small town, 2 young girls. Libby was 14, Abby was 13. We just didn't know anything. There was a sketch that was put out and this is kind of complicated. The sketch that was put out was of an older gentleman, but it was the second sketch that was actually created. So law enforcement created 2 sketches. The second sketch, which was technically the first sketch created, but we didn't see it, they released it second, and that one came out like years, I think on the 4-year anniversary. They just totally, it was 3 or 4 years, I don't remember now. They totally threw everybody for a loop, and they were like, hey, no, there's this young dude. I'll show you both sketches in case you guys have not seen them, which I'm pretty sure everybody in the world has at this point, but I'll just show you. So for many years, we heard a lot of speculation. There was family members that had done some interviews, but then family members didn't really know a lot. We'd heard a couple rumors about cause of death based on the funeral. Libby's older sister that had dropped her off has been a huge advocate for making sure that we focus on Abby and Libby and the beautiful girls that they were, and not just the horrendous way that they died, which I totally understand. And in trying to put that in perspective, because we are going to talk about some gruesome details tonight, just remember that these are 2 beautiful young girls that were essentially defenseless. But Libby had the foresight, for whatever reason, to record this weird dude that was walking up to them on the bridge. And she got, I think it's 43 seconds. Somebody in chat will correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's 43-second video. They only released a tiny bit to us. And when they released the second sketch, they released a tiny bit more. So these were the two sketches. So second one made, first one released, this guy over here. First one made, second one released, this guy over here. And then there was people who were online and they'd start putting them together and kind of meshing them, trying to figure out. One was created from an eyewitness and the other was created off of the video that Libby and Abby were able to get on the cell phone. I don't think the full thing is 5 minutes long. I've always heard it was in like 40 some seconds. Is that, if it was 5 minutes long, that's I don't know that. Is that something new that came out? Because I didn't know that. I know that it caught a lot more than they ever wanted us to hear. This document has to tear them up. Hi, Midwest Mima. Hey, Allie. No, you're good. We're just kind of, no, you don't even need to rewind. We're just kind of recapping what the Delphi case even is. These were, when these murders they first happened, they were actually known as the Snapchat murders because Libby had recorded him on Snapchat. She had taken pictures. I'll show you those too. Libby had taken pictures when they were walking the bridge. So here's one picture she took of the bridge. It's actually the one I used for my thumbnail too. It's just an eerie sight. I've heard 43. I always say 43 or 48. It's right there. This was all very, very tight-lipped. And then people were getting very frustrated because they were not able to find who did it. And then they were still keeping everything quiet. Hey, Tia. Hey, Carol. Hi, everybody else that just popped in that I may have missed. Hey, Karen. Oh, you haven't read them yet? Okay, so I haven't read them in their entirety. I skimmed a lot of it, but it's a lot. It is a lot. So let me just we'll go through this first. So she took this photo, and then she took this photo of Abby. So she's standing, you see these little tiny planks that are off to the side here? This is it's an old railroad track. So Libby is standing on one of them off to the side, and she takes a photo of Abby. So she posts these on Snapchat, and the video she records of, this weird dude that's coming up, walking towards her is also on Snapchat. So they were originally known as the Snapchat murders. Richard Allen took his daughter to that bridge years later, and there's a photo that I don't think I actually have it, but I have seen it, of his daughter at Delphi. But that's just, I can't imagine anyway. Her the daughter and the wife. I don't think they knew anything if it is the guy. You can't trust me on this case because I got sucked in by a creator early on who had me really believing certain things. Okay, I'm not going to trust you, C-Dub. Don't trust C-Dub. No, C-Dub's amazing. Okay, so anyway, so I just wanted to give you guys a brief little history. Like I said, you could spend the rest of your life living in rabbit holes when it comes to the Delphi case. We are not going to do that today because, like I said, these documents, they're deep and they're a lot. So I don't want to that's not the right word. I don't want to spend the time that we do have together rehashing things that have been rehashed and I've also rehashed on this channel. So this other guy, his pictures, I don't know, it makes me think. So over the years, I wouldn't even be able to tell you a number of how many photos I had seen of people that they suspected, random people that were like, nope, we think it's him. There was one guy who turned in his dad, who thought it was his dad. Then you have to think of just the immediate players that were there that everybody thought it could have been. So the girls' bodies were found on Ron Logan's property. So a lot of people were looking at Ron Logan. You could go down so many rabbit holes. I'm telling you, so many rabbit holes. It's never ending. If you want a case that you can just live with for the rest of your life, this would probably be it. And So I'm not surprised that having documents like this makes it no different. Like I said, we started to learn a lot more about the facts behind the case when the search warrants and the probable cause for arrest affidavits came out. We were learning more about how things went. But back to the question that even got me down this whole path to begin with was we had heard a lot of rumors that this crime scene was staged, that the girls were posed. This was not, so this part's not necessarily new, but the paperwork here tells us some details that we didn't really know. We'd heard, but this is like more descriptive, I guess you could say. It's 136 pages. So if I miss anybody coming in, hi everybody. But I want to talk about what this document is even for. Why does it exist? So the defense team, we just talked about Delphi too, like for a hot minute the other day, because Delphi, the defense attorneys are like on fire. They made their whole motion that they want cameras in the courtroom. Let me pull this down for just a second so I can keep talking to you guys. That they made their whole motion because they want cameras in the courtroom. They want people to see. They want transparency, and they think that Richard Allen has been mistreated. They've requested for him to be moved in facilities because he's being starved to death. But then the state basically says he's doing it to himself after he, quote unquote, admitted it to his mom and his wife that he was the person responsible for these murders. Oh, it's just so much. So the defense team has filed a motion for what is known as a Frank hearing. What they're saying is that they believe that somebody in law enforcement lied, manipulated, misused whatever information they had or made up to create the affidavit for the search warrant. That it's basically law enforcement is doing some shady stuff, and so they want a Frank hearing so that they can actually go. I don't know if they've ever actually arrested anybody. I know they've had a lot of people in custody. And then Ron Logan was arrested. He actually went to prison for something else. Mima, you read through. It's a bit too far for me, but I'll wait to make a decision on them. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot, Allie. It is a lot. So this is basically, they want the Franks hearing so that they can go in front of the judge and say, hey, this is why we believe that law enforcement lied, manipulated, or misused evidence in order to get this search warrant for Richard Allen's house. If they are able to do that, hey, sleuths, if they are able to do that, what would happen was they would have to go through all the evidence that was seized from the house, which is we could do a whole nother live on that, because it's just, like I said, things get crazy. So it's, part of what they found was a revolver, or I think it's a revolver. And now I'm going to question myself on things. Thanks, C-Dub. But they have an unspent, or it's been cycled. So the bullet they found at the crime scene was cycled, not fired. So it's cycled through Richard Allen's gun. And so the bullet at the crime scene matches the gun, has the same pinstripes. Damn it. I'm going to need to just take a breath and slow down for a second before I just start saying all kinds of crazy stuff. This opened like 50 more rabbit holes. I absolutely agree with you. It was written like a movie script. Yeah. Just follow my script. Follow my script. What they want is to be able to get some of this thrown out. Some of this evidence thrown out that is obviously going to work against Richard Allen, so they don't want it there. So they're applying for this. In doing so, they basically wrote a novel of why they believe that he's innocent and that they could have either fabricated, lied, made up something to do with any of this. It's a lot. Hey, Wheelbee. Hey, K-Bird. Hey, BR the Star. Oh, I'm on the fence. Okay. Now, let's backtrack and realize this is a motion by the defense. Their job is to create the reasonable doubt. It is the prosecution's job to make sure that all the evidence lines up, it was all collected correctly and professionally, and that they end up, hey, Sniper, thank you. You just pop in right at the perfect time. Make sure I have all the right info. Thank you. So this is their job. This is when we read through documents in Idaho or we read through documents from anywhere else. It's the same thing. So just don't, this isn't the end all be all. This isn't the bottom line. This, did you, Shauna? I'm so excited. Will you take a picture and send it? I want to see it. That's so exciting. Criminality has some new merch, so you can check out the merch. But we have to just make sure when we read through this that you guys all know this is a motion by the defense. This is their job. This is what they're hired to do, and this is not the trial. So, hey, Leather and Lace. Okay, so I'm going to pause for just a second. I'm going to take a drink. Because like I said, it's a lot. And I haven't even read the whole thing. I was just like, and then Sluice Investigates was like literally like probably 3 sentences ahead of me. And so she's like in my chat like, oh my gosh, did you see this? I'm like, no, I'm not there yet. Give me a second. Yes, Allie, exactly. This is exactly what this is. So we just have to remember that. But it does give us more insight into what the whole future of this is going to be. Whoo, yeah, motion after motion. It's a motion. Hey, Corey. Yeah, I know. Get a good stretch in. Okay. Pinstripes, yeah. So I'm like the pinstripe. Don't ask. Don't ask. Just leave it. Where's the merch? There's a really cool tie-dye hat in there that I'm going to get for myself. Okay, you guys ready for this? It's a lot. I may have to take some breaks in between. It is a novel. I will tell you, whoever put this together did a great job in creating this novel. They did a good job. They hit all the key points. They tell all the stories, all the parts in like all the stories in like parts almost. You'll see. Based on what I'm hearing today, no wonder he wants the case televised. Right? It's going to be very interesting. I'm going to try to get off work for at least the last half of the trial. Oh, that would be amazing. Hey, Jen. It's crap, in my opinion. I think we see a similar fictional blockbuster maneuver by HC in Idaho. These defense attorneys are filing next level stories, in my opinion. Well, I think that we see it in almost every case. This is, like I said, this is their job, so we have to take that at face value. But it's long, but their level. Oh, you didn't. You used the word. I can't. I'm not. Somebody. There's that word is in. You know that word. Specificity. Crime Sleuth, and you still here? So specificity. I struggled with this word, and then Allie made me a members emoji that says it. I think that there's things that are they talk about in here that are factual. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about, and I think that that's the bottom. I mean, that's the bottom line. There's stuff in here that's absolutely factual. Then there's stuff that's their narrative and their speculation and their version of what they believe could be the truth. Shay, no, I really just kind of gave some backstory and then mispronounced some words, so you're good. No, we're about to get into the paperwork right now. Tia, go to, you know how like on like the channel it'll say like community wall, and then it says like channel like recommendations. There's also one that says store. You can just go right there. It's I don't have a specific, or you know what? There's also a link on the about section of the page. I think there's both. With specificity. I know, freaking specificity. Yeah, there it is. It only comes up specific on my side, but I know that's what it is. I know that's the one. Because I was reading a document, and there's going to be probably one in this one that I'm going to have to make a new emoji for. I was reading a document, and for whatever reason, I could not say the word specificity. And then here comes Sluice Investigates. Hey, Angels Lie. Nope, you're not too late. We're just about to get into the paperwork. I just gave a little mini synopsis of the case, and like I was telling Shea Benet, mispronounced some words, said some weird shit, and then here we go. We're going to read paperwork and try to take me seriously. And that's how we do it. I should have made specificity with a big T, huh? Specificity. Okay, you guys ready? So we don't actually get into the crime scene stuff until about page 28. So I'm going to read you guys. They have like a whole table of contents and everything. So if you want me to skip a section or you don't think the section is important, that's fine. If somebody wants to come up and help me read, that's also fine. Just let me know. Sluice Investigates, Shay, Allie, anybody who wants to be the reader. Hooked on phonics. Okay, here we go. Possibility. Yeah, it's a possibility. Hi, Dynamite. Okay, let me make sure you guys can all see this. Yeah, I think so. So comes now the accused, Richard Allen, by and through his counsel, Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rossi, and files his memorandum in support of his request for a Franks hearing. We just went over what that is. I could have Snoop Dogg read it.
Can I have it?
Hi, baby. You want some? You're going to have to get a cup with ice if you want some.
Can I?
Yeah, you can have some.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, babe. I like Allie's like, I'll have some if nobody else will do it. I'll send you the link. You can come up whenever you want to, because I know it's going to be a lot. Hello. Let me find you. Used it for videos? Oh, Crime Curious. You want to come up too? Here, I'll send it to you too. Look at that. We can take turns. I'm sure that link worked. There you go. I know. How did I get so lucky, right? Sluice Investigates. You already have the link if you want to pop up. Mini T sounds good. Well, he's 6. He wanted some of my soda. Okay. You guys can see this. Let me see if they're going to pop up. Of course you did. Of course you did. Did anybody else say they wanted to come up if I'm a pretty good reader out louder. Did I miss anybody? ATS. Tiny humans, I tell you. You're crazy, MK. I would not lose subscribers. Okay. I'm going to start just because this is kind of just the overview, and then I'll bring them up when they pop in. Sound good? Angels Lie. Yes, Michelle is okay. She's been taking care of a lot of personal things, so I know that she'll be out and about whenever she's ready to come back. She's always got the link. So, but I know that she's got her hands full, so she, we just send her the love. Okay, so this is comes out accused, blah, blah, blah. We're looking for the Franks hearing. So here's their introduction. Because the facts in this memorandum are dense for anyone not yet completely familiar with this case, the defense is providing this introductory section similar to the syllabus that often precedes a long and complex U.S. Supreme Court opinion. The purpose of this introductory section is to provide the court a general understanding of what to expect concerning the facts upon which the defense will be relying and how those facts impact the legal arguments, before providing the necessary detail, minutia, and notation to the record that could bog down the court as it attempts to unpack the defense arguments. The defense, therefore, will provide little attribution as to the source of the evidence in this introductory section, but will then provide proper attribution to the sources of the evidence throughout the body of the memorandum following the introduction. Okay, I got lovely Crime Curious says here. Hi, thank you very much.
Hey, it seems like I haven't talked to you in forever.
I know. How are you?
I'm good. But I did just realize I might have to come in on my computer rather than my phone.
Okay.
So that I can see the screen better. So I think I'm going to pop off and come right back.
I can also send you guys, if you guys prefer, I can send you guys the documents so you can have them on your own and be able to.
Yeah, if you could do that.
Okay, I'll do that too.
Hi, everybody in chat.
Let me grab it.
I was like, oh, read something. I like to do that.
I like to read. All right, Okay, I just sent you guys the link to the document itself. So if you guys want to read it through, just straight through that way, you're welcome to do that too.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to switch over, you can switch over. It's totally fine. I'm just going to read through the beginning of this and just kind of let them know the layout and what we're looking at.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to pop out and then I'll go down and get on the computer and then I'll be right back.
Sounds perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, so that's why I said they even have like a whole table of contents. So there's the introduction, 8 things to know. This is about the I don't even know how to say it without causing major issues on YouTube. But basically, this is the group of people that they believe had to do with what happened to the girls. I think I can say just the Odinism, but I don't know if they're going to, it's like a white supremacist type cult. We're going to go through it too. So I mean, we're going to figure it. We'll go through all of it. So you guys will know all of it anyway. The failure to pursue, the evidence that they believe was falsified, evidence supporting the facts, and the breakdown. So the part 1 is when they go through the crime scene. Part 2, they go through the evidence that connects this group to the murders in their opinion. They do provide a lot of evidence towards why they believe that. And then there's the falsified evidence again. And in Westville, I wonder if is there Westville in Indiana too? Or is that Westville, Illinois? Oh, I'll have to look at that. That's interesting. And then Richard Allen has no ties to this religious cult, and no ties to the crime scene. Well, that's not necessarily true. So like I said, we have to remember this has to do with, this is from the defense. I'd be skipping paragraphs and getting all dyslexic. You would not either. And then there's the conclusion. So it's a lot. All right. We're going to go through the 8 things you need to know. Melissa, is it Indiana? Is Westville? You know what? I'm going to pull it up real quick because I lived in Illinois and Indiana for a long time when I was growing up. And then I moved back to Illinois as an adult. And then I know that there's a couple cities that are right on the border. And so it's named the same city on both sides. And I'm wondering if this is one of them or is it not? Westville, Indiana. Let me see where it's located. Because I also know that Richard Allen used to work in Illinois because he was so close to the border. But I'm not familiar with Westville, Indiana. Sorry, guys, I can't see chat. I'm checking on a map real quick. Okay, so that's a ways. It's not the same. Interesting, though. I'll pull this over. You guys can see the map. Hi, Allie.
Hello.
Thank you for coming up.
Oh, well, I'm excited. I haven't, I've seen the news clips and stuff, but I haven't actually read it myself. And I swear, I think you're the best person to go over stuff like this just because you explain things in, I don't know, in a really easy to understand way for people who maybe don't have the education and stuff. So, yeah, I'm really excited. So, thank you for
Well, I appreciate that. As long as I can say the words.
Yeah. But so yeah, we're gonna eat dinner soon, so I'll stay as long as I can, and then
Any help I can get, I appreciate. Like I said, it's just a lot, and I know my voice won't hold all of it.
Okay.
Let me go back. I want to go back to the map real quick just so I can see. Oh shoot, I lost my map. Sorry guys, hold on. I lost my map. Okay, so I used to live in this area, which is Westville, Illinois, and then apparently Westville, Indiana is up here. Delphi is in here.
Oh, okay.
So it's not, it's not super far. That's why I said this dotted line right here, that's the border. So this is Indiana and this is Illinois.
Oh, okay.
So that's how close it is.
And they're right on the Great Lakes. I didn't know that.
This Westville is apparently, this is what they're talking about when they're talking about this cultish group of people.
Yeah.
But Delphi's down here, and then that's why I said I lived in this area. So,
wow, yeah.
Okay, well, it kind of gives me perspective on what we're looking at. And then the song like Way Down in Kokomo.
Yeah, way down in Kokomo.
Aruba, Jamaica. Well, obviously, this isn't that Kokomo, but here's Kokomo, Indiana, which always makes me think of that song.
Where did there was a case there recently. We've talked about that recently, I swear.
Probably. What happened in Indiana here? Crime Curious is back.
I can't remember. I just remember Kokomo. And Shay is right. You are very impartial when reading court docs, and you just do it really well.
Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I try to not go one way or the other because it's all the pieces. This is like the whole thing. Like in anything, like in life, there's always there's everybody's version of the truth, and then there's the actors. What they say? There's three truths.
Yeah. Yours, his, and the middle. Yeah,
exactly. And that's what happens in court because they're each pushing an agenda. They're pushing their side, and it's like, so who do you believe more? That's what it comes down to.
Right. It's all storytelling.
Exactly. And a good prosecutor knows how to tell a good story, and that's where the conviction comes from, in my opinions. Shamita! Hi, honey.
Well, it reminds me of Idaho and what Ann Taylor is doing. You know what I mean? Ann Taylor is absolutely, she's doing her job, but she's definitely, even through every single motion, people are hanging on to every word, and she's aware of that.
Right. And I think with that gag order, it gives her the opportunity to still push her bit of narrative to the public.
Yep, exactly.
That's, side story. Okay, so I was just looking at the map for my own curiosities. We'll go back. I sent you the doc too, Allie. I don't know if you saw that, just in case you wanted to read it from.
Yeah, I got it. It hasn't came through yet because I sent it to myself, but let me go into my other account and just grab it, which I can see.
I gotta figure out what the heck I even did with the document itself, because now I got my
exactly water loving dog throwing
other docs up. There we go.
Hey, Ron.
Shmita.
Shmita.
Hey, water loving dog.
Ooh, I love your picture, Shmita.
Hey, Rock 54. Okay, so Midwest Meemaw said yes. The young girl, they finally arrested the man responsible. It happened about the same time as Delphi. Does that ring a bell to you, Allie?
I don't know. Let me just do a Google search. Hold on. And see if anything like. Documents break in decade-old Kokomo case. 21-year-old Destiny Pittman. I think is that.
Hey, that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, I think
That name does sound familiar.
And that just broke. It was a 10-year-old case, but in March is when it happened. So that would make sense to what you're talking about too, Meemaw, like the way you described it. Okay, let me get into
All right. So we went through the table of contents. We're going to go through 8 things you know. Since I don't know how long either one of you can stay, do you guys want to start?
Allie, if you want to start, since you might have to go, I've got all night. All my little ones are big ones now, and I kind of needed the break, so
okay,
I'm in it for the long haul.
Awesome. Well, I'm in it until dinner's ready, and then I'm gonna go eat, but I'll be here for a little while, so I'll start. That's fine. Hold on one second. Okay, I have to clear my throat. Okay, 8
It's a lot to unpack. And you can stop whenever you want to. And if you find something that you want to stop and talk about, we can do that too. So don't there's no pressure on having to make it through everything. I stop every 5 seconds. You know me.
Okay. And stop me as well when there's a part that, because I'll try not to stop at all till you tell me to. Okay. Okay. So 8 things to know. Overwhelming evidence in this case supports the following. 1. Members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism, hijacked by white nationalists, ritualistically sacrificed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. 2. Very early on, those in charge of the Delphi murder investigation claimed that they consulted with a Purdue professor concerning what resembled possible Odinism signatures left behind at the crime scene. That is so... Okay, I got to not pause, remember? Alex, get it together.
No, Allie, I'm telling you right now, you can pause whenever you want to. This is a lot. This is why I was like, if you guys want to help, I'll totally take it because it is a lot. This part I have read. It's just, like I said, it's a lot to unpack. Okay.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. So let me ask you something though, Teresa, before I continue. Let's say the defense, they are, when they put something in a motion, they have to bring evidence to support that later on, right? They can't just, completely bold-faced lie, right?
The defense?
Either side.
Well, the defense is able to do a little bit more leading type of things. But yeah, if they're going to submit something as fact, there has to be evidence. I will show you, let me see if where did I put it? So this is, I know I stuck it somewhere. Where the heck did I stick it? Maybe it's just in my downloads. Here is the list of exhibits as they go through and they talk about we're submitting these exhibits to prove this, that, and the other. This is the list that's attached to this document itself.
Wow. Okay. Good.
So
I'm so glad.
They definitely submitted a lot of stuff. We just don't see it.
Yeah. I'm so glad they provided that, though. That is the exhibits already, because I've seen them not immediately put exhibits with their motion and just, like Ann Taylor does. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Legit like Ann Taylor does. She's like, no, we'll talk about it at a different date. And then the judge is like, okay, you have 1 month to tell us.
Yeah.
No, they submitted a ton of, that's why I said whoever wrote this and put this together, or the group of people who put this together, they legit spent a lot of time and were very thorough in what they're presenting right now.
Right. And okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So I'll just continue where I left off. After the Purdue professor proclaimed, according to State Trooper Jerry Holman, that, quote, it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime, unquote, the Odinism angle was essentially abandoned. However, as of September 7th, 2023, the leaders of the Delphi investigation team, 1, claimed that they can't identify who this purported professor was. 2, have provided no reports from this purported professor. And 3, have further indicated they may never be able to figure out who this professor is. Based in large part upon this mystery, Purdue professor's opinion, the Delphi investigative leadership claimed that it essentially abandoned considering Odinite involvement in the murders. And then the years passed. 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. Thankfully, during those passing years, law enforcement officers Kevin Murphy, Greg Ferenczi, and Todd Click continued to pursue the truth. Because of their curiosity and investigative efforts, the evidence establishing the names of the likely murdering members of this Odinite cult became known to the Delphi investigative leadership no later than February of 2018. Due to either incompetence or a concerted intentionality, those in charge of the investigation refused to arrest or even properly investigate these obvious suspects. Wow.
So they thought about it at the beginning, supposedly went and got some professor's opinions on it. They can't say who the professor was. They have no documentation of anybody talking to this professor, but they're saying that this professor said, nope, that it does not match their theology, and that's it. But nobody can produce the professor's name or any document that this person talked to them.
Wow. This is crazy. This is like absolutely shocking.
We're only on page 5, Allie.
Buckle up.
Right. And how many are there again? Like 136 or
Yep.
138 something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was an IU professor. I plead the fifth. All right.
Okay. So number 3, on May 1st of 2023, the state of Indiana, by way of prosecutor Nick McClelland, received a letter from former Rushville Assistant Police Chief Todd Click, now retired. As stated in the previous paragraph, Click, Murphy, and Ferenczi were 3 of the law enforcement officers who worked on the Delphi murder case, particularly focused on the Odinite angle as it intersected with suspects in Rushville, Indiana. After reading Richard Allen's probable cause affidavit, Click became concerned that the information contained in Richard Allen's affidavit pointing the finger at Richard Allen was far less compelling than the totality of the information that Detective Ferenczi, Detective Murphy, and Officer Click had accumulated during the Rushville portion of the investigation. The information that Murphy, Ferenczi, and Click had gathered during their investigation connected men who practice Odinism in or near Delphi with another group of men who lived in Rushville, and then connected both groups of men to the murders. Click was concerned that for some reason the leadership of the investigative team had failed to share with Prosecutor McClelland the evidence gathered by Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy. Click's concerns led him to seek out a lawyer to assist him in the drafting of a letter. This letter was then sent to McClelland. Wow.
Okay, so that's one of the investigators who does still at this point believe that the Odinites actually there's more evidence against them based on his review and partaking in the investigation. And he tells the prosecutor, like, hey, this is what I see, especially after reading the probable cause affidavit against Richard Allen. We have more evidence pointing to this other group of people. Is that true? We don't know. We don't, even though they submitted evidence with all of this, we don't have that evidence. So we can't see exactly what he's saying or how he's saying it. You know what I mean? So this is what, and Mima says it, like, you have to consider the source of the information. Remember, as it's being read through, this is from the defense attorneys.
Right.
And so they have to put it together to defend their client. So.
Hey, Ava.
Hi, Ava.
Okay. This letter was not provided to the defense until after it was obvious from the last round of depositions that the defense, who had doggedly pursued witnesses as far away as Georgia, would certainly be talking with Todd Click, with Todd Click. McLeland had this letter in his possession for over 4 months before turning it over to the defense. There can be no mistaking that this letter is exculpatory in nature and could have been used by the defense as it prepared for upcoming depositions. However, it is apparent that McLeland only offered up the letter after it was obvious that the defense team would soon be learning of the letter's existence. In other words, the defense team would obviously be meeting with or deposing Click in the next few weeks. At that time, Click, sorry for that background noise, my neighbor's pulling up. At that time, Click most certainly would then reveal to the defense that in April 2023, he, Click, had sent a letter containing exculpatory information to McLeland. At this point, McLeland had two distinct choices. One, set on the exculpatory evidence, hoping that the defense team would refocus its efforts on another angle of the investigation, or two, disclose the exculpatory evidence, claiming that the contents of the letter were overlooked in the volume of discovery. He chose the latter. Unfortunately for the state, neither approach explains away the fact that Click specifically directed the letter to McLeland himself, and further, Click was so determined to ensure his information was consumed by McLeland that he directed the information directly to McLeland via certified mail. The letter is stamped, received May 1st, 2023, Carroll County Prosecutor. Click's report landed at Ground Zero, a prosecutor's office with no more than 2 full-time prosecutors and a handful of full-time staff members at best. Could this exculpatory evidence have been completely overlooked? Not plausible. Not only did the prosecution withhold that letter from the defense, but law enforcement also withheld several other exculpatory pieces of evidence, including an 85-page compilation of reports by Click prepared in 2019 and several videos containing statements that support the defense theory of Richard Allen's innocence. This 85-page report detailed the investigative work performed by Click, Ferenczi, Murphy, and others, including the FBI.
Yeah, this is going to be a big deal, in my opinion. This is going to be a really big deal. They have one of the primary investigators of the case who is saying he doesn't think that there's enough evidence to support the arrest of Richard Allen, that in his own investigation, documented in this 85-page compilation of reports that contain videos as well, show there's more evidence that this group of people actually are involved.
Wow.
Talk about reasonable doubt. So once again, I would tell you guys, take it from the defense team, but that person sits up on that stand, that's going to be huge.
Absolutely. I completely agree. It's going to rock. I don't know. I don't know. He could definitely be found not guilty with this kind of information, in my opinion, but
yeah.
Wow.
I'm proud that he is standing up and doing the right thing. It's interesting to me that this was given to the prosecutor's office in May. We're in September now. And they are acting like it was just overlooked. They did not want to give this to the defense team.
Yeah, I bet they didn't. I mean, an 85-page report, that's not, something that we just sort of looked into.
yeah.
No, that's a full-on investigation into a whole bunch of, yeah.
And even if he's found guilty, could this be used like in the appellate? Like to me, I feel like they could use that to get him another trial.
It depends. The only way that would work. So if this is introduced during trial, they would not be able to say like, hey, we introduced evidence at trial, but it didn't give us the result we wanted, so we want a new trial. They won't be able to do that. They'd have to have something added to it. Somebody else's information, new evidence that proves this information. They'd have to have, you know what I mean? Like they have to have something new to bring to the table. Because most appeals are based on on errors in the courtroom, which is why judges are very lenient towards defendants. And then we're always like, I don't know why they keep giving this guy a break, but it's really because they don't want an appeal to happen, because it looks bad on them as well. I mean, it looks bad on the judge. If you have most of your cases go to appeal, it means you're not a very good judge. So they, or prosecutorial error, or you hear a lot of like incompetent defense attorneys, like I didn't have a good legal representation. So it all comes to the errors. If you want it based on evidence, it has to be something that was not already presented. If they show all this and the jury still says, sorry, dude, we don't think any of that matters, too bad.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, what do you think, just like right off the bat, that what if it was both?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? Richard Allen and other people.
So I was wondering that too. Is Richard Allen part of this? If the prosecutors know that they're going to go this route with the defense, are they going to try to tie him to these people and show that it was part of that? It also depends on if you even believe that the crime scene looked like a ritual. I mean, so it's really going to be based on opinion too. Ainsley, I just saw your private message. Yeah, we're not diving deep into the case. We're diving deep into this this document. But I love you, Ainsley. Okay, so where are we at? I think we're down here now, right?
Yeah. Hold on just 1 second, though. Let me see if just 1 second. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I was trying to see if Bentley would answer the little phone he's watching.
Aww.
Because I'm outside, like on the porch, and he's in the house right here laying watching the phone, waiting for dinner. But he is not, so that's okay. Okay.
You're getting a ton of compliments on your reading voice. I'll just put that out there.
Oh, thank you guys. You guys are the bomb. Okay, so I'm at according, yes. According to the summary of Click's investigation that he attached with his letter, quote, the Behavioral Analysis Unit of the FBI determined that the individuals responsible for the homicides were involved in Nordic beliefs, unquote. And then in bold, underlined, this was news to the defense, as no member of the unified command in charge of the investigation revealed this information to the defense during recent depositions. This includes Trooper Holman, who told the defense that he didn't remember if the FBI's BAU unit determined one way or the other whether those with Nordic beliefs had been involved in the murders. At least up until the time of this filing, the prosecution has provided no evidence whatsoever of the findings of the FBI's BAU unit concerning involvement of Odinists in the murders. None. The letter that Click sent to McLeland was the first that the defense has heard that the FBI actually believed that Odinists were likely involved. In other words, this report contained exculpatory evidence that Unified Command concealed from the defense. This information was and is crucial for Richard Allen's defense. Some of this exculpatory evidence in the form of videos was finally released to the defense on September 8th of 2023, so 10 days ago, over 9 months after defense counsel entered their appearance. The defense is still reviewing this September 8th evidence dump. In the brief time the defense has had to review this newly received evidence, it has found exculpatory evidence both in the videos the defense has watched and the documents that the defense has reviewed. While the prosecution has been holding onto this exculpatory evidence, Richard Allen has been living in hell. And he really doesn't look good, Teresa. And
oh no, yeah, he doesn't. I don't know how staged that was.
Right.
One, it just looks. The defense attorneys are taking it, so I don't know how. You kind of have to, But then, the other thing is if he did admit to his mom and his wife that he had something to do with it, not to say that there aren't people who falsely confess, because we all know that there are, but if he did, And then he's not talking to anybody. There was no phone calls and stuff. I mean, like I said, that's a whole nother live that I had done, but he doesn't make any phone calls after that. He's not talking to his wife anymore. So does he start to not eat and has like a starvation mechanism as his own guilt, as his own, like, what did I do? You know, am I now just convinced that I was part of this when I wasn't?
I know. I agree with you. I think it kind of looked staged a little bit, like the way he was posed almost. I could see that being somewhat staged, but I don't know. He does look bad at the end of the day, you know?
There you go.
Oh my God, yeah.
He's definitely lost a lot of weight. And I mean, but he's got like the spillage on his shirt.
Yeah.
He doesn't look healthy, but I don't know how much is put together.
Very interesting. Ansley says this photo was staged.
Yeah. I don't think he looks good, but I also don't know if that's at his own mental state. You know what I mean?
Right. Or if he's consciously, trying to look that way, or I don't know. It's interesting.
I feel like Letitia needs to lay off the insurer and send it to him.
Ow. Sue, Letitia. I mean, I cannot get out of Letitia land as hard as I would try. Actually, I don't even try, but it's always in our heads.
Right. He needs some insurer.
Hey, K-Braze.
Okay, yeah, some insure for sure. Insure for sure. Okay. Lastly, the evidence will show that the week of August 28th, 2023, Prosecutor McLeland and State Trooper Jerry Holman requested a meeting with Todd Click. By this time, the defense team had taken several depositions, including Holman, Liggett, and Leesenby, and the prosecution and Delphi investigative leadership now knew that for a while the defense team had been aware of the Odinist evidence, at least the evidence that the prosecution turned over to the defense, scattered throughout multiple hard drives and many flash drives. The prosecution had learned in early August that the defense had figured out the strong Odinist ties to the crimes. Despite the apparent attempts of the prosecution, Liggett and Holman to hide this exculpatory information from the defense. Wanting to allay his fears that an innocent man was setting in Westville, Click agreed to attend the meeting with Holman, hoping that he would be learning that evidence did, in fact, exist, linking Richard Allen to the murders. Click's hopes were dashed. Paragraph 17 of Click's affidavit. Okay, so this is part of Click's affidavit here. So, upon directing the letter to Mr. McLeland, I heard nothing from the prosecutor's office or any other members of Unified Command until I received phone calls on August 23rd and August 25th of 2023, which involved brief discussions regarding scheduling. During these phone calls, it was requested that I meet with Trooper Holman during the week of September 4th, 2023. I was informed that law enforcement officials intended to sit down with me and discuss with me the reason why Richard Allen was responsible for these crimes. I was told that he, Jerry Holman, wanted to put my mind at ease. However, during the meeting with Detective Holman and a second detective whose name I am unfamiliar with, there was no discussion or offerings as to why they believed Richard Allen was guilty of the charged crimes. I believe the interview was an attempt by them to clean up their loose ends, knowing that they had given very little, if any, attention to the investigative efforts of myself, Detective Ferenczi, and Detective Murphy.
I don't know. If this guy goes against the other investigators, cops are not going to like that. I mean, he's going to be like a bit of an outcast.
So he is. There are two FBI officers and one. Is that right? Am I saying that correctly? The three that were working on it. Click.
If I go back up, I can see what their actual positions were, because it tells us up at the beginning.
Okay.
Police Chief Todd Click, who's now retired. What did it tell us here? No. State Trooper Jerry Holman is the one that
Okay.
that said that he talked to the Purdue officer or professor, and that said it was not Odinism. Here we go. Just during those passing years, law enforcement officers Kevin Murphy, Greg Ferenczi, and Todd Click continued to pursue the truth.
Okay. So they're at the very least all law enforcement officers.
Correct.
Okay.
So she's saying that in this document, it says like this is new to the defense, that they were looking into it, but she had already, or they had already, because I don't know if this is written by one of the female or male attorneys, but that the defense had already looked into Odinism and was already pursuing that, not knowing that they had already done that, which would be interesting because what I'm going to have to figure this out. So the exculpatory evidence is this letter that Click wrote to the prosecutor that was not turned over, and they found out on September 8th. Where did that go? Right here. But what about the 85 pages and all the videos? Was that not turned over, or did they already actually have that? Did you get an understanding of that either way?
I don't think it was turned over at all. Any of it to the did the prosecution have their 85-page report? Yes. I don't know. It's confusing to read.
Did you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so which part is the exculpatory evidence? Did they not turn over anything that had to do with this whole Odinism thing at all?
That's what I'm
thinking.
thinking. That's what I took from it. But you know what, Teresa? Like for me, I got to read something or look at something so many times before I fully grasp everything.
That's why you and I are friends. For real, because I do. I have to listen to it. I have to read it. I have to say. I have to talk. I have to say it.
Yeah, talk through it.
I do. It's weird. I'm not getting that though. I'm not understanding. Does anybody in chat? Hi, Jen Lu. Hi, Thistle. Does anybody in chat understand if, so far from what we've read, because maybe it's just not clear to us as we're reading it.
Right.
Is the exculpatory evidence the letter that the investigator gave to the prosecutor, or is the exculpatory evidence... Okay, hold on. He failed to include all of this. Okay, not only did Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett fail to include all of this Odinite information in his October 13th, 2022 affidavit for search warrant, and not only did McClelland and the Unified Command withhold exculpatory evidence, Liggett also concealed damaging witness statements. Both, okay, some are thinking both letter and reports, all of it. It was all kept away, Sandy said. That's what I'm kind of getting too, but
Amber said both.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So they kept all of this evidence under wraps and are going to try to say that it was accidental. That doesn't make sense to me at all. The letter you might be able to get away with. Like I said, we'll keep looking into that too. It's because that's all. I thought they said it was spread in all the evidence. Yeah.
Okay, I'm excited to read this next part because look at number 5. Richard Allen has zero connections to any pagan cult or, because that's what I was interested to know. Does he have any history of that? Also, could someone have put those things there to try to make it look like it was somebody else or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah. Or did they just put this stuff there and it had absolutely nothing to do with a ritual? It was just how things turned out.
Right.
That's another thought I've had too. But people have talked about it for a long time. And when you get through this part, I'll show something that Shay Benet sent me from Reddit too. So we'll read this part though. We'll keep going here.
Okay, so Richard Allen has zero connections to any pagan cult or pagan cultist. And furthermore, no forensic evidence such as DNA or electronic evidence links Richard Allen to the girls or to the crime scene, i.e., he is a completely innocent man. 6.
That sounds like another case we follow.
Yes.
There's no evidence connecting him to the victims.
Okay. Number 6, most of the evidence backing these assertions was found scattered over no less than 10 hard drives and several flash drives provided by the prosecution, meaning that the defense is not making wild accusations, but rather primarily relaying facts and information that is backed up by the prosecutor's own discovery, even discovery that the prosecution just provided to the defense as late as September 8th of 2023. Number 7, not coincidentally, members, Odinists, of this same pagan cult are employed as corrections officers for the Indiana Department of Corrections at Westville Correctional Facility. It is inside of the cold concrete walls of the maximum security unit of this dilapidated reformatory that Richard Allen is being threatened, intimidated, and mentally abused. Wow.
Well, I mean, it makes more sense why I shouldn't say more sense, but they were claiming that he's been abused and he's being mistreated.
Yeah.
But, a lot of people were saying it's because a lot of people think that he's guilty, so that the guards just don't really give a shit. But if there is actual proof behind this pagan cult stuff, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube, but whatever. I say all kinds of stuff I'm not supposed to say, so I guess I shouldn't care.
Oh my goodness.
If they can prove this in these ties, so then the next question comes to, I don't believe that Richard Allen has no tie to the girls, and that if he doesn't have a tie to them, that it's not that it even matters. We all know that there are crimes of opportunity, hence the name crimes of opportunity. That's not a new thing in our criminal justice system. So I do believe that there are predators out there that are just doing things off the cuff because that's what they choose to do and that's what they want to do.
Right.
I don't think there has to be a specific tie to them.
Is it possible that I'm just saying, let's just go with this theory. I also believe that it sounds far-fetched, like C-Dub says. I want to see the evidence they submitted with it. I think that would say a lot, but let's just go with this theory for a second. Could it be possible that these guards have convinced him to confess like he did?
Well, that's what, yeah, like pushing that narrative that he did it. So he's just like, they all say I did it. I must have done it.
To his wife. Or what if they threatened him and said, you're going to say, I don't know. I wonder about stuff like that when I hear that potentially members of this cult are the ones that are the correctional officers. Interesting.
I think we like to believe that our justice system works in favor of the structure of it, the way that it's supposed to, but we know that there are things like this. We know that there are cults out there. We know that there are white supremacists out there. We know that there are just crazy people in general, like legit, like,
absolutely,
as F people. So, I mean, it's not like this is impossible.
Right. I mean, coercion does happen.
Right.
It does happen.
And it's not, make believe. These things are real things, like you said. So all of it, coercion, the white supremacy. I think that we never expect these things, though, like just like you never expect like a diagnosis or some sort of tragedy, or you never expect it will happen to you. You always see it happening, but I'm sure that if it does happen to you, it really smacks you upside the head because you just don't. I don't know. That's just, it's weird, but it's just the way it is.
All right.
Okay.
I got one more.
Okay. Yeah. And then I'll let her read some. And then
I'm going to show this Reddit thing as soon as you're done with this part. Is your dinner ready?
Yeah, but I got a minute, so I want to see for sure. So, yeah. Okay. Because, Bentley's dad is in there helping him, so it's no big deal. Okay. So, number 8, throughout this document, references are made to the unified command, to the quote, unified command, unquote. Essentially, the unified command was, quote, the leadership, unquote, of the Delphi murder investigation. According to Tony Liggett, Carroll County Sheriff and member of Unified Command, when the investigation began, Unified Command consisted of law enforcement from a variety of entities, local, state, and federal. Unified Command were overseers of the entire investigative operation. According to Liggett, the members of the Unified Command were one from Carroll County, Tony Liggett and Kevin Hammond, and then from State Police, Jerry Holman, Jay Harper, and Dave Vito.
I like their little side note here, though. Defense counsel is not saying that the Westfield guards were involved in the murders, only that they were likely involved in threatening, intimidating, and mentally abusing Richard Allen.
Wow, okay. And then the one person from the FBI in the Unified Command is Rich Davies.
Yeah, hold on, let me see if I can find this one thing that she had said. So I was telling you guys at the beginning of this that there are rabbit holes among rabbit holes when it comes to this case, and Reddit is obviously no exception of rabbit holes, Reddit holes even. But this is from 3 years ago, and it says, I have a question about whether or not Ron Logan had guests at his house the weekend before the murders. I don't know if anyone here can answer this. I had heard many months ago that Brad Holder, which that name will become familiar to you, and his son had visited Logan on occasion. Anyone know if they knew each other? That's 3 years ago.
Wow.
So like these aren't new players in the rabbit hole. Hey, Jordan.
Wow. 3 years. See, that is crazy to me. I don't, yeah, what are the comments?
Not a ton, but like nothing I've seen over the years about that. I've only seen some speculation. Then pressed by LE, RL drops GK as someone LE should look at, and they have or still are. I don't know. Heard this rumor too that Brad Holder was at Ron's that weekend along with some S family members. It appears they are all acquainted. If their teenage sons were with them, it makes sense that the girls would want to go out to the trails that day, especially since Abby's boyfriend was one of the sons, saying that Abby was talking to, dating, I don't know, whatever you want to say, you do at 13, 14 years old, to one of Brad Holder's sons.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, that's why I said you could go rabbit hole to rabbit hole to rabbit hole in this case and never, ever stop.
Before Richard Allen was arrested, there were people who dug into Delphi so deep, and they had theories that it was multiple people. If you remember, there were tons of theories that it was multiple people, and yeah, and that they were posed. That was all. Did you say that at the beginning of the live? I feel like you might have mentioned that. Yeah,
I did. Yeah.
So yeah, there some of these things that we heard before, which is crazy.
New documents from the defense, tons of new information filed with court to this. Oh yeah, absolutely, Georgia Jakes. Yep. Is that even true about Abby? I don't know. I am not familiar with every rabbit hole of Delphi. I have dug into Delphi, but I will tell you that it's not where I spent like my life. Like there are some people, like Ali was saying, that they have spent their time in everything Delphi. That I not one of them, so that might be a question better suited for one of them.
In Midwest Meemaw, for me, when I see stuff like that, I don't take it as fact ever. Unless, like, we see, like, I just, because you never know. And there's so much BS that's put out here on the internet. So, I'll take it and remember it and keep it, like, in my back pocket. However, I don't kind of, take it as fact.
All right, let me see what's next on here.
Oh my God, I'm so interested in this and I need to go eat.
Come back when you're done.
I might do that. That's what I was thinking. Okay, well, I'm going to jump in the chat and go eat. And then I have to get Bentley like in his shower. That only takes like 5 minutes. And then I'll be back.
Okay, yeah. You got the link. Come back whenever you want to.
Okay. All right. Bye. I'll listen to you and Crime Curious read, which I love as well. So
I appreciate you coming up.
Oh, thank you for having me. All right. Bye, guys.
See you in a minute.
Bye.
All right, Crime Curious. You ready?
You're up. Okay.
Hi, Trina. Hey, Monica. Richard Allen has a right to his day in court, but I truly believe he's bridge guy.
So before I get started, I just, because I'm not over in chat anymore, I wanted to tell C-Dub that it's a movie on Netflix. I asked if she had seen a time travel movie. We were like squirrel over in the chat, so.
Squirrel.
Okay. Odinism, Odinites, and runes. Odinism is the pagan religion referenced above, and its followers are called Odinites. Odinists are enamored of Viking and Nordic culture. Evidence supports that the crime scene, these murdering Odinites left behind obvious signatures, symbols in the form of runes. These runes were 1, formed with sticks, 2, fashioned with tree branches, and 3, painted using the blood of Liberty German. Sticks and tree branches were deliberately, carefully, and proficiently placed on each girl in a certain arrangement mimicking certain runes. At least one of the branches appeared to have its end cut off cleanly by some type of tool like an electric saw, providing proof of a preconceived plan. Additionally, the blood of Liberty German was used as the paint to mark a tree with a rune that looks similar to the letter F. With a simple Google search, these runes would be identifiable as one of the many calling cards of this pagan religious cult. Yet law enforcement in charge of I'm at the bottom. Delphi investigation seemingly and quickly abandoned the obvious correlation between the crime scene and Odinism, despite an obscene amount of evidence linking Odinism to the crime scene. Do you want me to read the footnote? Let's see. Although state police
I was muted. Sorry. You can if you want to, or I can keep going. Sorry, I was on another screen trying to grab a different article that I had found, and now I lost you. I apologize.
It's all right. And even in spite of powerful evidence linking specific Odinites in and around Indiana to the murders. Also, the court will learn in his affidavit for search warrant that Sheriff Liggett failed to inform Judge Diener that nothing, absolutely nothing, links Richard Allen to Odinism or any religious cult. Also, no forensics, such as DNA, no electronic data extracted from his computers or phones or from his social media links Richard Allen to the crime scene. Additionally, nothing links Richard Allen to any of the Odinite suspects, the same Odinite suspects that evidence strongly supports sacrificed Abby and Libby in some sort of pagan ritual. Richard Allen had nothing to do with this crime, but rather as an innocent man, a patsy for the police, arrested 26 days before an election. Failure to pursue the Odinist links. Law enforcement's failure to actively pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is confounding. It is even more confounding when days and weeks after the murders, a particular Odinite from Logansport named Brad Holder posted on social media images mimicking the very runes found at the crime scene. A crime scene unreleased and unknown to the general public even to this day. Who was Brad Holder? He was an Odinite whose son Logan had been dating Abby. Oh, wow.
I wish Christine was here, because Christine has talked about the Logan and Brad stuff for a while, but more so Logan.
Right. Wow. Brad Holder's social media posts seemingly taunted the very police that refused to fully investigate him. The defense believes that the court will be shocked at the number of clues or Easter eggs, both before and after the murders, that Holder openly posted on his Facebook page that pointed the finger to his involvement in the murders.
Now, I'll be honest, I want to go down that rabbit hole and see if there are photos, if his Facebook is even still existent, if anybody has those photos from his Facebook. If anybody in chat happens to know that they're out there, or if they have them, please let me know. I would love to look into that more, because they are saying basically he has pictures on his Facebook that resemble exactly what the crime scene looked like. Like, I want to know how factual that is.
Right. Yeah, I want to see it for myself because, I mean, you've been doing this long enough to see in all sorts of different cases how things get twisted, not necessarily on purpose, but as the story travels from one person to another, it tends to change a little bit. And I was a little bit nervous at a couple of different points in the argument because I kept getting like Barry Morphew vibes. And I think it was just because there was an investigator saying, basically we don't have enough evidence to arrest him, I mean, sort of, I don't know. And I was really afraid with the length of this document that what we were going to have is something similar to Barry Morphew's arrest affidavit, where, I know it's all storytelling, but, that affidavit in that case read like a novel, like a fictional novel. And so I'm glad that we don't have that here so far. Sometimes they can get a little dramatic.
A little bit. Yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Jordan said, trying to remember, didn't Ron Logan lie to? Yeah, Ron Logan had went to the fish store, but then he wasn't supposed to be driving, said somebody else was driving him around and went to like the dump, and he wasn't allowed to drive, and so he lied and said that somebody else drove him. So he lied about his alibi, technically.
Wow.
And then there's some weird timing on that I know we discussed in one of my other lives, and I'd have to go back to remember the exact details of it, but there was something weird in one of the reports about Ron Logan's phone and when it was pinging, and the time that it pinged back on his property was very close to the time that they think the girls were on his property.
Mm-hmm.
So there's really weird about that. I don't know why I just had a weird echo. Was that me?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Oh, okay. That may have just come on mine. So the Ron Logan thing is very interesting too. Many people, even though Richard Allen has been arrested, have never let go of Ron Logan being involved in this. So, I mean, you're going to have 100 different points of view on this. Like I told you guys, like this has been in the making for many years, with not a lot of information being given to the public, where a lot of people have already made up their minds what they think and what they don't think, or what they're adamant did not happen. It's at this point, it's all just our own theories and our own thoughts based on the information we have received.
Right.
Some say, yeah, they think he's the right guy. Some say no. I mean, it is what it is until we get everything put together in that, prosecutorial storyline. We won't actually know.
I think I just, in my mind, of course I haven't seen this before, and so I'm just kind of taking it all in. But I think I just kind of, in my mind, mixed up, okay, Brad Holder's son is named Logan.
Correct, yes.
Logan first name, and then we have Ron Logan with the property, Logan last name.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
It's been a long day. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of name things that'll happen like that too.
Right. However, a fact that is simply mind-blowing to the defense is that Brad Holder was never considered a suspect in the murders of Abby and Libby. Excuse me. State Trooper Jerry Holman, one of the law enforcement officers in charge of organizing and investigating the Delphi murders, claimed in his August 10th, 2023 deposition that Brad Holder was not really ever a suspect. Police reports written near the time of the murders reveal that Jerry Holman is telling the truth. Brad Holder was cleared as a suspect quickly on March 16th, 2017. On March 1st.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
So, do I think that Ron Logan had something to do with it if he would have left the girls on his own property? I think that problematically, people were searching right away. He couldn't have moved them. But there's also been theory that they were actually taken to a different destination, and people have different destinations that they believe the girls were taken to and killed and then brought back. I don't know if anybody could have moved them in or out with the amount of people that were searching, but then again, they weren't found until the next afternoon. So I don't know. Do I think that he would have left him on his own property? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know. You'd have to know how quick they showed up into his house. Was he able to even have time to move them? I'm not somebody who actually thinks that Ron Logan was involved, but if you go with this theory that these people were at his house supposedly, so it's just there's so many, right, Ashley Oaks, yeah, there's just so many twists and turns in this whole thing.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't think that Ron Logan was involved, but that's my personal opinion right now. Yeah. Hi, Johnny. Hey, Aaron. Okay.
Okay.
Do I need to scroll? Sorry, I was reading chat.
I'm on the bottom paragraph.
Okay.
So on March 1st, 2017, Tony Liggett stated in a report that there were no leads required concerning Brad Holder, meaning that it was not necessary for law enforcement to continue to look for leads related to Brad Holder. Liggett made that determination a mere 15 days after the girls were murdered. By March 16, 2023, Unified Command member Kevin Hammond wrote that Brad Holder has been cleared. The girls hadn't been dead for 30 days, and Unified Command had already cleared Brad Holder as a suspect. Unified Command had already cleared Holder as a suspect within 30 days, knowing that Brad Holder's son dated Abby. Unified Command had already cleared Holder as a suspect within 30 days of the murders, although a simple review of Brad Holder's Facebook page would show that he was a proud Odinite that had an absolute obsession and fascination with runes. Police knew, or had to know, that runes had been left at the crime scene. Additionally, Unified Command had already cleared Holder as a suspect, in spite of the fact that runes found on Brad Holder's Facebook pages mimicked runes found at a crime scene that had not been released to the public. The investigation had barely begun, but the Unified Command had already cleared the very man that any person with even a small amount of common sense or curiosity would believe was a strong candidate for being involved in the murder of the girls.
Well, does Brad Holder have a concrete alibi that would be easy to clear him? We don't know that. I don't know that.
Right. And I mean, I get, so somebody wrote in a report that he had been cleared, but it doesn't go into detail how he had been cleared. I mean, maybe it does, but, not in that paragraph, it didn't.
Yeah. Not that I'm aware of, but okay. Like I said, I have not read the entire thing. I skimmed it and I read some different chunks.
Right. Okay. For example, the court will also learn that the Unified Command was aware of a very disturbing image on Brad Holder's social media accounts, excuse me, that actually mimicked the crime scene. On April 12th, 2017, Trooper Joseph Ryan Winters received a phone call from a man in Georgia named Ryan, is that Boucher? I don't know.
I think it's like Boucher, but it could be
Boucher.
It could be something fancy. But I went with, when I read it, I said Boucher.
Well, I better say Boucher because every time I say Boucher, I'm going to go off into that movie. So
yeah, don't do that.
We don't need any Adam Sandler over here. See what I did now? Okay, now I got to start the sentence over. On April 12th, 2017, Trooper Joseph Ryan Winters received a phone call from a man in Georgia named Ryan Boucher, who had discovered disturbing images in Brad Holder's social media account. Having somehow learned that Brad Holder's son Logan had dated Abby Williams, Mr. Boucher began reviewing Brad Holder's social media history. One of the images Boucher viewed on Brad Holder's social media account was an image of two women either dead or posed as if they were dead on the ground in what appeared to be a forest. Both women had tree limbs and sticks arranged on their bodies. One of the women had her arm stretched out above her head, similar to the way that Libby's arm was stretched above her head. Both women were clothed, and the stick and tree branch formations on these girls was different than the stick and tree branch formations on Abby and Libby, but otherwise it bore a very eerie similarity to the murder scene in Delphi. Ryan Boucher had no knowledge of the actual crime scene. However, after reviewing Brad Holder's social media sites, Boucher was disturbed at that image, as well as other images that provided insight into Brad Holder's fascination with runes. Believing that the disturbing images may be something of interest to those investigating the Delphi murders, Mr. Boucher contacted Toby Lazenby,
Lesenby. Yeah.
Who at the time was the sheriff of Carroll County. Lesenby quickly rebuffed Boucher, telling Boucher that Holder was not a suspect. Undeterred, Mr. Boucher contacted the state police, where he ended up talking to Trooper Joseph Ryan Winters. After their conversation, Winters memorialized the interaction and placed the images provided by Boucher into a Dropbox account. After creating the report, Winters then discussed his findings face-to-face with Jerry Holman of Unified Command. The body of this memorandum will provide details of that interaction. In his report, Winters requested law enforcement to re-interview Brad Holder. The defense does not believe Unified Command ever followed up on Winters' request. It should be noted. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, so in chat, Ainsley said that Brad Holder was at work, and then Candy said only until 3. This is what they're saying. I have no, I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know that, so I can't tell you like a source. And then Scottish Queen, of course, I know you'd show up because it's we're talking Delphi. You can't stay away from a Delphi live. Come on. Hi, Kentucky Lee. And the sad part is, what if someone was following them, but they stopped and went home, and then something happened? Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. So they clear him pretty much off the bat. People are saying you need to look into this. There's somebody on social media who has dug around and found somebody in Georgia who's dug around and found these weird images, which Shay-Benet, are you still in here? So Shay-Benet sent me.
Shay-Benet in the house.
Sent me this not TikTok, this Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. And she's showing some of the stuff that was on that he has posted, which, I mean, it's definitely, he's got some interesting posts. I didn't see, she said she thought she sent me the ones of his posts from Facebook, but I did not see those. So this is this Lily in London account on Twitter. If you guys want to go look at these, there's a lot of posts about Brad Holder. Hey, Jen Lou, I asked earlier in chat, do you want to come up? Yes, absolutely.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like this cop, these investigators that are saying that they're hiding this info, they are going to be looked at as like traitors. They're going to have a tough time. This is a tough call.
Yeah.
So I'll put this in chat too. This is a lot of info. Like I said, and I'd go through all of it except for right now. It would be a lot to sidetrack off of this 136-page doc. So,
yeah. And, oh man, when you think of all the intertwined sort of,
here you go.
I don't know, brotherhoods, for lack of a better word. I mean, just the power that goes with, a group. Oh, wow. Yeah, my mind is kind of reeling right now.
It's a lot. That's why I'm like,
yeah,
that you guys came up. I'm going to send it to Jen too, because I know Jen and I have talked Delphi quite a few times.
Yeah.
Too. Definitely. So I'm going to send it to her. She'll come up in like 5 minutes.
Cool.
Just so much.
So that's Logan. Okay.
Yeah. So this is Abby.
Is that Brad on the right?
Over here. This is Brad Holder. And so It's, hey, I'm Brad. I'm a Norse pagan. I'm tribal. I'm straight. I enjoy working out all the time and hanging with my kindred. Sorry. Yeah.
Wow.
That's why I said, so this account, Lily in London, has posted a lot of the screenshots, tying kind of some of this stuff together. And if we do have time at the end, then I'll go through, I can go through and we can go through all these different posts. But like, I don't want to sidetrack too much and get people into too many. I guess you could go to so many rabbit holes. Crime Sleuth in, I had run to the store and I felt like I missed something big. We're just talking about, I don't know when you left. So talking about that this is Brad Holder's son, Logan. Oh, CW, really? I've never seen the account, so I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know. They just a ton of interesting posts on this stuff. So I'm not saying that you have to go be best friends with her. Just interesting stuff. This Abby was 13. And that's why I'm like, I don't know. What do you call is your boyfriend? You're not really dating. I don't know what, 13, 14 years old. It kind of is what it is. You see each other at school and maybe go for a walk. I don't know. I guess maybe it's different. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that picture of him, he was sitting down, but my brain went straight to who said it.
I have another picture of him too. So Crime Sleuthin said that it looks a lot like Bridge Guy.
That's what I was. Yeah, that was the one I was looking for.
And he does. He has a lot of similarities. I just really don't go with any of that anymore, simply because I'm telling you right now, we have seen so many guys, so many quote unquote potential suspects that look like Bridge Guy, and we were like, yeah, that looks just like him. And then we were like, oh yeah, no, it was not him. So this is him.
Wow.
Hey, Sarah Lynn. So does he look similar to Bridge Guy?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's so many guys there that do though. It's so
Right.
hard to say.
Yeah, I wonder. Angel's Lie to Keep Control says, I'm totally going down the Odin rabbit hole after this live.
Yeah.
I don't think that you will be there alone. I think many of us will be doing the same.
I think there's already people in there right now.
I know.
They're in, and I don't know if they're ever coming out.
Right. I definitely am. And my son had a friend who was very into this stuff, and I never really looked into it. I wasn't a big fan of his friend, and I was glad when they stopped being friends. But I'm not the kind of mom that I minded my own business, and I showed my initial concern, and then I left it alone, and he eventually went away, so that was good. But now I'm curious, because that's the only time I've even heard of the Odinism and stuff like that. But
I had heard this mentioned, but not in any like capacity that ever took me too far into it. I think maybe
right.
I always had such a strange like stay away from cult stuff. I don't know what it is. It's just like I've always found it very cult things are very like odd, and I never understood the mentality really behind them.
Right.
So it's always been something I've kind of just always stayed away from. I don't know why. It's never something I've ever truly dug into. But here's a couple pictures where he says, "Hail Odin." This is what he's got posted.
For me, it's one of those things that I just naturally look away from, because I have a hard time with violence. And to me, the whole thing seems very violent. And the kid that my son knew seemed like a very violent person. It was, I don't know. I just, I go the other way. I would love if I could live the rest of my life and not have to deal with violence again.
Yeah. I think
here I am in true crime talking all about it. So.
Yeah, Abby's boyfriend's father. Played the video I sent you. Okay. And then Crime Sleuthin DM'd you his new video. Did you email it to me? I'm wondering if it's the same one. Okay, so let me see. So Shay sent me this. Crime Sleuth, and tell me if it's the same.
Right. Well, this one's really going to piss you off. So you don't like my hat? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? This hat trigger you? What kind of haircut do you have, Karen? I mean, I definitely have a dickhead haircut. Okay, fact one. So my last video pissed you off. Well, this one's really going to piss you off.
It is the hat. I mean, not that he's the
You
only
don't
person.
like my hat? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? This hat trigger you?
Okay, when is this video from? Somebody said it's a new video, but when is it? When is it actually from? Hi, Jen Lou.
Woo woo.
This is Brad Holder. He's a self-proclaimed Odinite. His son Logan was dating, whatever you want to call it, Abby Williams.
Hi. Sorry, my phone wouldn't unmute for whatever reason.
Hey, Jen.
Hey.
What do you think of this?
I was already irritated by the what kind of haircut do you have here, Karen? Like that immediately was just, come on, bro. Like if you're going to troll better. Karen is so 2022. The new word is Susan. Duh. Just kidding. Susan is what I say. I don't like Karen. I think Susan is better. But no, for real, it's like he seems like he's trying to troll, but at the same time, this is not like the time or place to troll.
Right?
No.
And
the confidence is disgusting.
And the only thing I don't know, like I think you guys, everybody who's ever watched my channel kind of knows why, but whenever I hear of cult or occult, I always just have a reflexive like wince and a cringe.
Yeah.
Because does it happen? Sure. But is it frequent? No. And I don't know enough about Odinites. I always imagine that the purpose, I don't know how to say this. This isn't going to come out right. Let me think on this. Just because of what occurred during the crime, if it were a sacrifice, doesn't the essay that occurred negate the sacrifice? I'm not really sure how Odinites work.
I don't know enough either. I couldn't tell you.
Dynamite, yes. Occult and cult are two very, very different things. However, I cringe and wince equally at both.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't see chat for a hot minute. I was throwing up some of the stuff that Ainsley and Shay Benet sent me. Hey, on the case with Jeannie, good to see you. So Brad Holder on May 20th, 2017. So this is to all you trolls out there. I was at work the day that all this took place. Not that I owe any of you anything, but I'm pretty much an open book. Me or my son would never do something like this. If I figured out who you are, I will seek legal action. So keep talking shit. So this is, hello, I'm a new commenter, but I have been reading this page frequently on updates on this case since I am a resident in northern Indiana. I wanted to ask you, Robert, if you have looked into Abby's boyfriend, LH's father. I find him very interesting, and I see you mention the occult frequently. LH's father is a pagan worshiper, Odinism, who worships the northern and Germanic gods. I don't know if you have seen his Facebook page, but this dude is a straight freak. He takes creepy pictures and he talks about sacrifice on his page. I thought what was especially sketchy though was when you go to his page, his pictures in between late January and all of February, are blocked off dates and times posted, but he also took a picture of an injured ankle around the time of the murders. Now, I'm sure the police have probably looked into him, but in my own opinion, he definitely seems like a POI. Has anyone else seen this guy's Facebook? Yes, very confusing. We need to sort this out. She was dating Logan Holder. He is 16. His dad's Facebook page is disturbing. Bryden is just a good friend of both of the girls. He and Abby used to date at some point, but they remained good friends. He was also friends with Libby. This makes sense concerning Bryden, his age, affiliation with both families, and the past relationship. I am not sure who Bryden is, so take that for what you want. And then this is, he posts on February 18th of 2017. We're here at the viewing. The line is long and Logan is all upset.
Now, it's been a while since I watched the Bridge Guy video. I'd like to compare that video. I want to hear the voice. You know what I mean? When he's saying girls down the hill.
Oh, yeah.
You know what?
I have that. Let me grab it for you.
Of course,
And-
Teresa has it.
Somewhere.
if
Somewhere I have it.
I mean, if they knew the guy as, you know, as it being Logan's dad, I assume she probably, you know, I mean, that would make sense for why they were, you know, another reason why they were like following direction, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I'll play it from here.
I don't know. It's a lot. And I'm not saying that I think this, yeah, I don't have any idea what I think. I was not prepared for this document.
Me
I
either.
don't think anybody was. I'll say this. When this was written, the person writing it or people writing it, because I'm sure it was, you know, many hands, right?
Oh yeah.
But they knew at some point this was going to be made public. So for them to come out with this was a huge risk on the defense's part, but they were willing to do it. And I'm curious as to why, because it could be on its face, this is what they believe, right? They're coming up with an alternative suspect. This happens all the time. This is not that uncommon, but it's what the alternative suspect or suspects encompasses. That's where people are like, what? You know, I've been like, what, ever since I've started listening, because they knew this was coming. This was going to come out public. This was a huge gamble on the part of the defense. And I feel like it was a calculated gamble, but to what end, I can't say at this point, because unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, I guess, we don't have that much from the prosecution. So this is really rather detailed in comparison to a lot of what we have from what the prosecution's case is. So this is interesting to me. Very interesting.
I'm so all over the place. I'm like literally have like probably 30 rabbit holes up on my computer screens right now. So bad.
Yeah. And that's a good point. You know, with him wearing that hat, it reminds me of that, you know, the sketch. You know, the old sketch with the hat.
Mhm.
All right, here's
But like
the
I said, it's
video.
been a while since I've seen all this stuff. And so that's why they would have brought up the fact that he had posted about an ankle injury around that time.
Yeah. Well, I know that there are quite a few YouTubers, but I know a girl I used to be friends with that she had gone there, and the incline you would not think is as steep just from like pictures, but she videoed the whole thing and had shown it to me, and it was it was steep. Like she needed help to get back off, like out of this hill. It's not like a little tiny hill. Like you kind of you don't think it's as steep as it is.
Right. And C-Dub's got a good point. Cult or satanic panic is an easy scapegoat for the public, though. So the defense could just be playing on that knowledge.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's clearly a calculated risk. Okay.
Mhm.
But to what end? And that's the part I don't know yet.
Right.
I don't either. I didn't realize that they were going this route.
What I'd like to do is take that picture that you have up right now and remove the background and then get a picture of Richard Allen standing and remove the background and see if we can overlay them on top of each other, and then take that and overlay it on the hill guy and see what we can see.
So freaking blurry. That's the problem.
Yeah, but it just will give you a good so if you were to do it in, say, Canva.
Yeah, I'm headed there now.
Canva will show you the lines from the guy in the video. Like you'll be able to see when you have it over top of it perfectly. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Let me.
Because this gentleman here and RA are built very similarly. They're both have they're both similar built. I would not probably be able to, just glancing at them, say which one was which. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. Well, and I keep trying to picture Richard Allen putting all these runes and stuff like that. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I have one of Richard Allen standing up in this type of position.
I mean, people have gone to great lengths to make it look like it was somebody else. Like, could somebody have put the runes to throw people off? Sure. But
somebody who was familiar with the specific ones are, because like I said, we haven't even got to talk about the crime scene yet and what matches.
Oh, you're right. I think that's when I'm really going to take off on the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I don't know if I actually have one saved of Richard Allen stand.
Okay, Teresa, will you do me a favor? Will you send me in Messenger, if you can, the down the hill guy, and then just one of Brian Holder's or Brad Holder, sorry, his where he's talking, and let me ask around. I know we can find somebody who can look at it and put the bars side by side or on top of each other to see if they line up. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Their voices, to see if they're similar, because that's the only way to do it. We have to take out, it has to be isolated just to him saying, guys, down the hill, right? And then all the background music from his, or any background noise from Brad's video, which, believe me, even if we can't like hear it right off the bat, it's there. We have to isolate it just to the voices, just the voice. Oh, okay. Crime Sleuthen says she can do it.
Okay.
To isolate it. I was thinking I could do it on Premiere Rush, but I'm not sure.
And
I've never done with it. I've never messed with it like that before.
Do we have a decent sample of Richard Allen speaking?
Oh,
that's a great question.
So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll put all that together. Let me see.
Okay.
If I can send it. You want?
Send it to Crime Sleuthen, babe. Do you have her?
No, she said she just messaged me though, and I don't have her in here.
Okay, will you message her again, Crime Sleuthen?
Was it in Facebook or was it in something else?
Midwest Meemaw says the girls would have recognized Brad if they both knew Logan. That's what I was thinking too.
So yeah, while we're waiting for this, I guess we should keep moving on. But I feel like
On Twitter.
in a situation like that, kids are easy to control. And kids are always under the impression that if they're compliant, it won't be bad. Because because we've, and I hate to say this, but it's the truth. We have raised children to listen and respect adults, meaning us. What we don't, but unfortunately, sometimes, many times, most times, oftentimes, it goes into other situations. It's why they respect their teachers. It's why they respect the adults at school, because that's the way that they were taught. So it's not that difficult to get, and adults do the same thing. Adults are taught, if you just give in to, like, if somebody's carjacking you, don't fight them, just give them the vehicle, right?
Right.
Except for but then sometimes they don't just want the vehicle, they want you as a hostage too. And you think that you're complying, and that you're going to make it out of this. And sometimes you do, and sometimes you don't.
Right.
But I think that's just human nature. But it starts because of the way we're raised. We're raised to listen to adults.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that if they had recognized him, they would have said his name, though? I think it's kind of the...
Oh, who knows?
I don't know.
Or they would just have complied.
I think they might have just complied. It's not so much what he said, it was the tone in his voice.
Right.
I don't know how to explain it except for this way. It's a dad tone. Yeah. You know, like when you're raising your kids and they're acting a fool and you've told them 11 billion times to knock it off, and all their dad has to do is say, hey, knock it off. Like that. They don't raise their voice. It's a lower octave and it's more stern, and it gets kids' attention. It doesn't matter how, what the mom says. Maybe. But that's unfortunately, like when I hear him speak in that clip, that's what it reminds me of. It's like a dad tone.
And were they far enough away that they could really see him? Because, with the face down and all of that. I mean, because I was thinking, well, then, why would, it seems like taking the snap is because they were concerned and didn't recognize the person that was coming, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, angels like to keep control. Pay attention. She said, what was that? Sorry, I wasn't listening. I got my dad voice on.
Oh, it's awesome. I'm not sleeping tonight. Thanks, guys.
Aren't you glad that you popped in here?
I know. I'm like, what? Reading? I like to read.
We're only 14 pages in, you guys.
Oh, I mean, look, I read that 1,050 page crime report, case files report thing in a Saturday. Yeah. I don't know how much of it I retained, but I read it all.
I need to sit down and read it.
Yeah. For me, let me tell you what's going to happen to me. I'm going to have to read this at least 3 or 4 times.
Right.
I'm going to have to sleep on it. Then I'm going to have to take a shower on it. And then maybe I'll be ready to talk.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's why I'm like, I don't even know. I'm gonna have to listen to it. I'm gonna have to sit down and read it again. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's keep going so then we can know what we were actually doing when we stopped.
The defense does not believe Unified Command ever followed up on Winter's request.
Oh yeah, to re-interview Brad Holder. That's where we were.
Right.
Up on all kinds of Brad Holder stuff.
And notice it doesn't say they never followed up on the request. It says we don't believe they ever followed up on the request.
Right.
Which doesn't necessarily mean they didn't, but it should be noted that the disturbing images found by what did we say, Boucher?
Boucher, yeah, not Bobby Boucher.
I know.
Not Bobby Boucher.
Mama say, Mama say.
You're the me. Okay.
Sorry.
It should be noted that the disturbing images found by Boucher in Georgia and placed in a Dropbox by Winters were not and have still not been provided to the defense. In his recent deposition, Winters said that he had attempted to locate the images but was unable. However, because of the potential importance of those images to Richard Allen's case, the defense team located Boucher and then traveled to Georgia to meet with Boucher. Those images are now in the possession of Richard's defense team, who then provided those images to law enforcement. Excuse me. Again, these were important images that law enforcement failed to turn over to the defense. Instead, the defense located these images in Georgia and then turned them over to the very people who had the obligation to provide them to the defense. Crazy. Unified Command, which included Tony Liggett, who drafted the affidavit for search warrant, was fully aware of the mimicked crime scene on Brad Holder's social media, as well as other posts that mimicked the exact runes found at the crime scene, but failed to do anything about it and failed to inform Judge, is it Diener? Diner?
Yeah, rhymes with.
Yeah, got it. And failed to inform Judge Diener of this obvious suspect and all of the evidence that existed against Holder, making him a prime suspect. The court will learn in the body of this memorandum that Holder was connected to the crime scene, and to other men who had confessed to the crime. The evidence of those connections will be provided in the body of the memorandum, including copies of the images found on Holder's Facebook page at the time of the investigation, which link Holder to the crime scene, as well as the images found by Ryan Boucher that law enforcement has failed to turn over to the defense. The defense will also attach what the defense calls the Winters Report, which is the memorialization of Trooper Winters' interaction with Ryan Boucher. Liggett provided none of this evidence or information to Judge Diener, but rather allowed Judge Diener to believe that Richard Allen was a lone suspect in the murders, in spite of zero evidence linking Richard Allen.
I'm scrolling, but my mouse is on the wrong page. Sorry.
To the crimes at the time Liggett sought the search warrant 26 days before an election. Unified Command's failure to vigorously pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is even more perplexing when evidence known to law enforcement demonstrated a clear nexus between Brad Holder and at least 4 other suspects: Elvis Fields from Rushville, Patrick Westfall from Delphi, Johnny Messer from Rushville, and Rod Abrams from Rushville, now living in Connorsville.
Okay, hold on real quick. So all you
Wow.
Delphi folk, are those names familiar to you guys? Because these names are not familiar to me.
No bells are ringing.
No bells are ringing for you either? Okay.
Wow.
But
At
that
least
doesn't mean
4 other
anything.
suspects.
Yeah, it really doesn't. You're right. I know. It's true. But
Not for me anyway.
Yeah,
Just
same here.
because.
Wow. Unified Command was aware that Elvis Fields confessed to his sister that he was involved in the murders, even providing to his sister intimate crime scene details, of which only those present at the crime scene would have familiarity.
Whoa.
Wow, yeah. Additionally, Elvis Fields told his sister, Mary, on February 14th, 2017, that he was present at the killings and that he now had a brother and was now part of a gang. In February 2018, Elvis had been questioned by law enforcement but denied involvement in the murders. However, after being dropped off at his trailer following the questioning, Elvis turned around, walked back to the police car, and, according to the police report, asked the state trooper if his spit is found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away, would he still be in trouble?
What?
Yeah. The state trooper that heard Elvis utter these words, Kevin Murphy, was not part of Unified Command, but immediately relayed Elvis's disturbing question to Jay Harper of Unified Command. Elvis also admitted to a different sister, Joyce, that he had in fact spit on one of the girls.
What?
Elvis told Joyce that he was on a trail and a bridge with two girls that were killed, and that he was going away for a long time. His alibi for February 13th, 2017 was also probably flawed. State troopers who weren't part of the Unified Command determined that Elvis's roommate concocted a story concerning Elvis's whereabouts on February 13th, 2017. This roommate is named Rod Abrams. Abrams told a story claiming on February 13th, 2017, that he, Elvis Fields, and a man named Ned Smith were visiting a sick friend in Muncie. Unfortunately for Rod Abrams, this story conflicted with the story that Elvis Fields told law enforcement as to his whereabouts on February 13th. These shady alibis were relayed to Unified Command. These shady alibis will be further explained in the body of the memorandum. Furthermore, United Command knew that on February 1st, 2018, Elvis's sister passed a polygraph examination when asked if she were telling the truth about what Elvis had confessed to her. I was not ready.
I didn't know this part.
Neither did I. Oh my goodness.
You know, when I see something that has that many pages, I immediately think that what we're going to get is going to be, you know, a lot of word salad and something that's trying, you know, that's made to look or appear bigger, you know, than it is, right?
Yep.
And that is not what is happening here tonight.
It is not.
However,
However, I will say this, okay? I have researched a very specific case for many years in which claims were made by the prosecution, which that people knew things at the crime scene that were not that were not known to the public. And when you dig a little deeper, it's amazing what was going around and was widely known to the public. It wasn't as tight. And what I'm talking about is, when I say the public, I'm not talking about the public like us. I'm talking about to the locals.
wow.
True.
So
all this is happening, and I had not heard anything about this. But once again, like I said, I mean, that doesn't mean that it wasn't out there. But also, there's so many different avenues to look at when it came to the case. Somebody's saying that somebody's sister took a polygraph about something. I don't even know if that would have registered to me with everything. You know what I mean?
I think spit would have registered, and I feel like they would have swabbed and looked. Do you know what I mean? To see. They would have been looking for any kind of DNA, and there's definitely spit or DNA and spit. Not spit and DNA, Jen. Get your shit together.
Spit and DNA.
But there's definitely, you know, they would have been that would have been something that they looked for. And if, I don't know. But I have to get down. I can only come up for a little bit, but I'll be in chat because my phone is at 22%, and you know that this is going to be more than a 22% phone charge night.
And if you want to come back, you're by all means, you have the link. Just come back whenever.
All right,
you want.
babe, I'll come back. All right.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. So and we don't know at this point if the prosecutors or the state or the investigators found some form of DNA and tested it and compared it. We don't know that at this point. So,
right.
There could have been spit. Was there spit? I have no. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Unified Command's failure to figure. Oh no! Wait. Did I already read that? That's where I was. Okay. I was just completely blown away by that last bit. Unified Command's failure to vigorously pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is even more inexplicable when evidence known to law enforcement included information about another Odinite named Patrick Westfall, who was living in Delphi very close to the murder scene on February.
Westfall, that name sounds familiar to me, Westfall. But I can't place it. Why?
I don't know.
All right.
Evidence known. Oops, sorry.
No, I'm just trying to dig in my brain to
Right.
remember things.
I know my brain. This is causing a bit of a brain fog. It's going to take me a while to get over this. And what are we on? What page are we on now?
16.
16. Right. Yeah. Got it.
We're not going to. We're already 2 hours and 15 minutes into this thing. This is just too much. No way. We'll be here all night.
Okay. Unified Commands. Oh no! Wait a minute.
I don't even know where you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to read. Let's start over.
Yeah.
Unified Command's failure to vigorously pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is even more inexplicable when evidence known to law enforcement included information about another Odinite named Patrick Westfall, who was living in Delphi very close to the murder scene on February 13th, 2017. Evidence known to Unified Command included the fact that fellow Odinites Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder were close friends as late as January 21st, 2017. However, that friendship ended very abruptly in February 2017. The schism in their friendship resulted from a fight that occurred between Holder and Westfall in February 2017, where Holder and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. The river was near Patrick's house. An intoxicated Brad Holder, say it ain't so. An intoxicated Brad Holder shared this disturbing information with his ex-wife, Amber Holder. Amber Holder then relayed this disturbing information to law enforcement, who were not a part of Unified Command in 2019. These officers then relayed this disturbing information to Unified Command. Liggett concealed this information from Judge Diener. In 2019, Unified Command learned that in a totally different conversation with his ex-wife, Brad Holder pointed the finger away from himself and directly at Patrick Westfall as being the person actually responsible for the murders of Abby and Libby. According to police reports, Brad Holder told his ex-wife Amber that Westfall and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside the mother's race.
Mm.
Furthermore, Unified Command was aware that Brad Holder had told Amber that, quote, "I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions," unquote. Brad Holder further told his ex-wife Amber that Patrick Westfall had many people backing him up and that Westfall also had powerful friends. Liggett knew of this information for more than 3 years before Liggett sought a search warrant for Richard Allen's house. Yet Liggett never shared that information with Judge Diener. Additionally, Westfall provided a very weak alibi as to his whereabouts on February 13th, 2017. Westfall told law enforcement that he was at home on the afternoon of Monday, February 13th, 2017. The defense is unaware of any search warrant that Liggett sought to enter Westfall's house or whether Unified Command instructed law enforcement to knock on a single neighbor's door to verify Westfall's alibi.
Okay, so hold. So
Ooh.
Brad Holder told his ex-wife that Westfall is the one who did it because one of the girls' moms, which would have had to have been Abby's mom because Libby's mom didn't live there,
Right.
Abby's mom was mixing with other people outside the mother's race. And so Amber was asking questions. So he said, "I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions."
Yeah. Wow. I mean,
Okay, so now we have Brad saying that Westfall did it.
yeah.
We have Elvis telling his sisters that he did it.
Well, Elvis, I mean, I thought he admitted to being there and spitting on one of the girls,
Yeah.
but it sounded like in Elvis's version he was there, but he didn't do it. Or did I get that wrong?
No, it sounds correct. Like that he took part in, that he was part of it, and
Right.
he spit on one of them. And then this Westfall guy, Brad Holder's actually telling his wife that Westfall did it.
Right.
Supposedly, and where we're at in this story right now. Okay. Just trying to dumb it down so I can remember it a little bit.
Right. Oh yeah, I understand. Unified Command's failure to continually pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is even more disturbing when evidence known to law enforcement included information about another Odinite named Johnny Messer from Rushville. Johnny was a recruiter for the Odinites and was also the connective tissue between the Odinites from the Delphi area, Brad Holder / Patrick Westfall, and the suspects from the Rushville area, Elvis Fields and Rod Abrams. Delphi is located 126 miles from Rushville. Law enforcement knew that Johnny Messer was friends with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall. Law enforcement also knew that Messer was acquaintances with Elvis Fields and Rod Abrams. Unified Command theoretically could claim, and actually appear to be claiming, that this connection is simply a bizarre coincidence. However, Unified Command not only knew that Elvis Fields and Rod Abrams and Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall shared a common acquaintance, Johnny Messer, but also that Elvis Fields and Brad Holder followed each other on Facebook and even mimicked each other's Facebook pages, with Elvis Fields actually recreating the photos that Holder posted on his Facebook page. Okay, so now we've got the weird photos, both with Elvis and Brad Holder.
Right. So this Johnny Messer basically ties these two different chapters of Odinites together,
right,
with these two people who are essentially confessing, or somebody's confessing for them, that they were there and partook in this crime. And then Abrams was Elvis's roommate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Professor Kate, sorry, I wasn't looking at chat at all, so I apologize.
Oh, I haven't been either.
Some of the cultist Facebook pages still had Odinite symbolism and pics of ritual-looking events. It's so weird. Earlier today, yeah, I know that's what they were sending. The girls have been sending me all this stuff. It's like crazy. Thank you, Shay, for sharing that. And Shay, would you mind sharing the link to this document in chat so that people want to read it on their own? Because I know that we'll probably make it through this section, and then the next section is the crime scene. And then I know I have a video I want to show you guys. Then there's a whole, there's a ton. There's just so much to it. There's a huge section if you guys wanted to look into the Odinites and where it comes from and how it works and what their symbolism and stuff is. It's all in here too. So that's like the last 90 pages, I believe it is. So if you guys, I want to make sure, so Shay can drop that for you guys too, if you guys want to read through the rest of it, or some people just like to read it on their own just so they can absorb it better. And then, hold on, Johnny said there was other DNA, and this might be the spit you ladies are talking about. I know that they had DNA, and they had talked about a cigarette butt, but that was, I don't know whatever ended up kind of really, if they tied the DNA to a cigarette butt. But they did have DNA from the scene. Lesenby had spoke about that on numerous occasions.
Wow. And I also put this document at crimecurious.com/Alan.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
So you can get it there as well. And I might go back through and do one of my bedtime true crime on this. I've got one I need to finish that was supposed to be out last night. I just didn't get it done. And that was going through, the stout case report.
Yeah.
But this is blowing my mind.
That too.
Thank you so much for sharing this with me. I'm going to be awake all night.
Right. You are not the only one.
Oh, I know.
Baymax 2002. This is on Delphi. This is the defense. The defense team basically wrote a narrative in support of their motion to get a Franks hearing. So we're reading through why they believe they deserve a Franks hearing, and that a Franks hearing is essentially misleading, misusing, misappropriating, mishandling, making up evidence in order to gain a search warrant or probable cause or all of those things. So that's what the defense wants a Franks hearing to show the judge that these investigators and the prosecutors purposely hid evidence, manipulated evidence, misused evidence, and that their client is innocent. One thing I'll say before we keep reading, this trial was not shut and closed, or was not open and closed for me. It just never was, because there is so much to it. So it's never been open and closed. I've never been like with Idaho. I do believe that we are prosecuting the right person. Now, could my opinion change on that? Yes. Richard Allen, I've never been like 100% like he's absolutely the guy. I've always kind of wondered who else was a part of it, and I think that probably just comes from the amount of conspiracy rabbit holes that I've been down with this case for so many years. I'm not saying that he's innocent. I'm not saying that he's the right guy. I'm not saying that he's not involved and there's not other people. I really don't know. But what I do know is this trial just got bigger than I expected it to be.
Right. And it was already going to be huge.
Right.
Right. And like Kate was saying that some of the corrections officers wear Odinite patches on their uniform. I'm not sure if that's been confirmed or not, you know. It was Professor Kate made the comment. And I, you know, I mean, I haven't seen that, but I am tempted to believe it. And, you know, we're talking about,
if it's something that doesn't say that, and I wonder if they have like something. Professor Kate, I wonder, do you have any photos of that, or can you point me in a direction where I can see that? I would think that they would probably be able to get away with something that symbolizes it, but other people don't know symbolize it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And it does sound like, you know, it's a very powerful Midwestern brotherhood, you know. Well, it's not just Midwestern. I mean, I'm sure there are branches and branches and branches. Although branches is probably the wrong word to use, considering the context.
She said they mentioned it in this motion. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, funny how people think the defense is just putting blatant lies. I don't think they're putting blatant lies. I do think that they have to curtail it to make sure that it pushes that their client is innocent, which is their job, or it also could be that he's innocent. Absolutely. I don't think any of this is necessarily made up. This is why I think that this just got so much bigger, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the deeper we go, you know, on page 18 or whatever it is now.
I know.
And the deeper we go, the more I picture Richard Allen just looking, you know, like he's been at Guantanamo Bay.
Right.
You know, I mean, he does. He looks like he's, you know, hanging out at Gitmo. The more that really kind of makes sense that he would even confess. I mean, I'm trying not to go full on conspiracy theory.
Right.
We just got to keep reading.
Yeah. So let me just say these things real quick.
Yeah.
So I know that on the Facebook pages that they're talking about that they have announced their allegiance to Odin. I get that. I'm wondering about the patches themselves. We obviously can't see a picture of patches. The patches that they're wearing on their uniforms in the facility. So that's the only reason I was asking that part. I do think someone did fake things, but not police. I think it was within these people that was questioned and others being tracked. It might have been staged to look like something. So that's the other thing, is if this is something that is well known in the area, which I am not from there, and I don't think Anthony Greeno's in the chat tonight. So, but my point is that I don't know if this is something that would be well known, that a killer would be able to make it look like these people were involved. Now, I also want to say these bodies were there for a little while, not a super long time, but long enough that somebody else could have done something in the area. So that's, I don't know. That's why I'm like, we're just kind of, we're going to keep reading.
Max 2002 says, didn't one cop make a reference to a movie in one of the press conferences? What movie was that? Do you remember?
The Shack?
The Shack, that's what it was. Okay. All right, where are we?
Okay.
We'll just start with the second.
Oh, here. I think he was mimicking, recreating the photos. So we're right here, right?
Yes. Shockingly, at his August 10th, 2023 deposition, Unified Command member Jerry Holman claimed that he did not even know who Johnny Messer was, nor what the evidence showed of Messer's possible role in the murders of Abby and Libby. It is additionally infuriating that Johnny Messer was cleared as a suspect in the murders when considering these facts. Johnny's ex-girlfriend, Taylor Hornaday, told police that Johnny Messer and Patrick Westfall were like brothers. She also told police that she had allowed Johnny to borrow her car on or around Valentine's Day 2017, and that Johnny drove her car up there to hang with his Vinlander friends. When he returned her...
Vinlander is apparently a word that is interchangeable with Odinism.
Right. Right. Wow. Okay. When he returned her vehicle, it had dried blood over one side of it. Johnny Messer refused to discuss the details of how the blood got there. Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend further stated that it took her several car washes to finally remove the blood. Meanwhile, Messer has claimed that he had never, not once in his life, been to Delphi, home of his brother, Patrick Westfall, and near the home of his other Odinite brother, Brad Holder. Messer's ex-girlfriend also told law enforcement that Brad Holder and Johnny Messer were two of the most violent people she knew and were fully capable of having been involved in the murders. Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend further stated that a motive for their involvement in the murder of Abby and Libby might be the concept of blood in and blood out, which means social acceptance into their secret circles. All this information was relayed to Liggett and the Unified Command team, yet Unified Command provided no guidance as to what to do to capitalize on this information in order to work toward solving the murders. Additionally, Unified Command learned that Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend had been listening to and recording Johnny Messer's phone calls. Police secured the phone and listened to 3 phone calls involving Johnny Messer. In 2 of those phone calls, Messer was offering money to other people to find someone so they can be injured or killed. The 3rd call involves Messer bragging about holding a subject hostage and shooting them at his house. Essentially, Unified Command said nothing to see here regarding Johnny Messer and issued no search warrants for his home. None have been disclosed to the defense. Nor did they attempt to utilize an age-old investigative tool referred to as an interrogation. Okay,
snarky right there.
Little snarky snark. Okay. To pursue the truth about the involvement of Johnny Messer, Brad Holder, or Patrick Westfall in his crimes.
They have a phone call where he's saying he held somebody hostage and shot them at his house. I mean,
Right.
That's still a crime. Even if it's not this crime, they
Right.
still had to do some form of investigation into that. And then he's over here offering money to, and this is recorded, He's offering money to other people to find someone so they can hurt and kill them.
Right. Wow. Yeah, that's I was a little surprised by the snark there.
Referred to as a quote unquote interrogation.
The ancient art of, you may have heard of it.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so this is probably the part that they were talking about when it comes to the guards at the correctional facility. We hadn't got here yet.
Okay. Odinites in Westville Correctional Facility guarding Richard Allen. And this is the part I really keep thinking about, because now I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. The evidence shows that during his pretrial incarceration at Westville Correctional Facility, Richard Allen has been monitored, intimidated, and mentally abused by correctional officers who were also members of the Odinite cult. 2 of those correctional officers are named Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones. These Westville Correction officers boldly wore patches on their Department of Corrections uniforms that proclaimed "In Odin We Trust," along with another patch displaying symbols of Odinism, interlocking triangles.
Okay, hold please. I want to look at this. Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones. Let's see if they submitted photos right here.
Yep. Sergeant Jones, 122.
Robinson and Sergeant Jones. Facebook photo with interlocking triangles. Facebook post of an altar. I wanted to see if they actually had anything in here that showed that they actually had these patches on. Like, okay, so, here, screenshots of Sergeant Jones liking Sergeant Robinson's altar post. Brad Holder posts of an altar.
Wow.
Okay, I want to see if they actually have photos of them on the with the uniforms.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Both Odinite, I think up here after interlocking triangles. Both Odinite correctional officers, Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones, also display images of runes and/or other Odinite symbols on their Facebook pages. As recently as June 25th, 2023, for example, Odinite Sergeant Robinson openly displayed a photograph of his Odinite altar on his Facebook page. A similar, I was just thinking in my mind, oh, well, they spelled it right here, but then they spell it wrong in the very next sentence. I can't help it. It's just how my brain works. Okay, I'll stop. Overall, this document has been very well written, though. I mean, I must say, I've read a lot of legal documents that really make me scratch my head.
All the stuff that goes with these.
Right. Yeah.
This is what I want to see.
Yeah.
Okay.
A similar altar can be found on the Facebook page of Brad Holder. Beginning on at least April 3rd, 2023, Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson wore their Odin patches when the defense team visited Richard Allen. However, Sergeant Robinson's and Sergeant Jones's brazen display of their Odinite patches came to an end on August 17th, 2023. What changed? Why suddenly did they no longer display their Odinite patches beginning on the August 17th, 2023 visit between Richard Allen and his defense team? Here is your possible answer. It was not until an August 10th, 2023 deposition of Trooper Jerry Holman that Richard Allen's defense team finally revealed to the prosecutor and to Unified Command that for many months they, being Richard Allen's defense team, had been fully aware of the strong evidence linking Odinism to the murders. It was also at the August 10th, 2023 deposition that the Unified Command learned that Richard Allen's defense team was not only aware of this information, but also intended to expose the linkage of Abby's and Libby's murders to Odinism and would also be revealing the names of the Odinists at trial.
Ooh.
At that deposition, Holman and the prosecutor also learned that the defense team obviously intended on exposing the Unified Command's utter failure in pursuing the Odinist suspects, in spite of the powerful evidence of Odinite's involvement in the murders. However, and this is important to note, at his August 10th, 2023 deposition, Richard's defense team did not let Holman or anyone else know that it was fully aware of the Odinite corrections officers at Westville wearing "In Odin We Trust" patches. Richard Allen's defense team's next visit with Richard Allen at Westville following the August 10th, 2023 deposition occurred 1 week later on August 17th, 2023. Curiously, or perhaps not so curiously, in those 7 days since the defense team revealed their knowledge that evidence linked Odinists to the murders, for the first time, Sergeant Robinson was no longer wearing his Odin patch.
Ooh.
It was
Sergeant
almost as
Robinson.
if, right? It was almost as if someone had alerted Odinite Robinson that the
Oh, they
gig was
labeled
up.
him. Oh, damn.
Because the lawyers knew about the links to Odinism, so lose the patch and pray that the defense attorneys had never noticed the patches on prior visits. Unfortunately for Westville and Unified Command, Rick's defense team absolutely noticed the Odinite patches worn by Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones beginning April 3rd, 2023. Furthermore, Rick's defense team absolutely noticed the conspicuous absence of Sergeant Robinson's Odin patches following Trooper Holman's realization that Rick's defense team was fully aware of the connection between the murders and Odinism, as well as the failure of the Unified Command to follow through on the evidence that linked the murders to Odinism. Wow.
Oh, shit.
The court will also learn in the body of this memorandum that Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson were seemingly always by Richard Allen's side during most, if not every, visit. Normally, corrections officers, usually Sergeant Robinson and/or Sergeant Jones, were within earshot of every conversation between Richard and his attorneys and between Richard and his wife, close enough that Richard would have to be worried about any conversation with his attorneys and with his wife being overheard by Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones or other corrections officers. Beginning on April 3rd, 2023, and for several visits thereafter, the Westville corrections officers even videotaped attorney visits.
What?
Wow. Yeah, videotaped attorney visits between Richard and his defense team. Most of the time, if not every time, it was Sergeant Jones or Sergeant Robinson bringing the handheld camcorder to the visit. What I don't even know what to do with that. I don't even know what to do with that sentence. Corrections officers even required. I'm sorry.
They brought a handheld camcorder to the visit.
Yeah.
That's
Attorney-client coercion. Come on.
yeah, you can't do that.
I
This is going to be, if these people get on the stand, this is going to be a nightmare for the prosecution. This is
wow.
bad. I don't.
Really
I'm gonna say something that I probably shouldn't say on YouTube. But now that this document is released, how many of these people are going to make it to trial? If this is true, this is crazy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm instantly feeling sorry for Richard Allen right now.
Yeah, you don't think a jury's gonna? Oh yeah. These people cannot testify.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm always open to ideas, even when I'm convinced that somebody's guilty. I will still listen to every possible thing. I have to, But this is crazy,
right? Okay.
And when you think about, it is a gang. We can call it a gang, a cult, a brotherhood, whatever we call it. It is a powerful group of people, with ties, I'm sure, in local government and everything else. I mean, oh, wow.
And talk about these attorneys. I think it was Jen Lou said, like, the cojones on these attorneys to put this together knowing that it was going to be out there. But here's the thing. They needed it out there because if something does happen, they need this in writing.
Right. Yeah, I would hope that they are very well protected. I would be concerned about the safety of the defense team at this point, which I'm sure happens in a lot of cases, but that's just where my mind's going tonight.
I'm thinking about these additional players that they're name dropping in here that they're going to try to make testify. Where are these people going to end up?
Right.
Okay.
Well, okay, where was I? Sorry, I'm doing that.
My mind is swirling.
Yeah, mine too. Attorney visits between Richard and his defense team. Handheld camcorder. Correction officers even required that Richard Allen be positioned facing the window where the corrections officer was videotaping the attorney visits with the handheld camcorder. This positioning of Richard Allen's body would allow the corrections officers to videotape Richard Allen's mouth as he talked to his attorneys. Richard would therefore not be able to privately discuss anything with his attorneys, such as, the guards are telling me that my wife and family will be killed unless I call my wife and tell her that I killed those girls. Okay, I have to read the footnote now. Can you take me to the bottom?
Yep, I can take you to it.
Okay, to be clear, up to this point, Richard Allen has never spoken these words to his attorneys. The point is that the Westville guards have made the privacy needed for Richard to have that type of private conversation with his attorneys very difficult, and perhaps not worth the risk if you were Richard Allen. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm glad I read that, because when I see the quotes, I'm thinking, is this something that he said? Right. It's something that he could have said.
Right.
Okay. There we go. Instead, a mentally defeated Richard Allen would continually mutter to his defense team at every visit these types of general questions. Is my wife alive? Is my family alive? Is my wife safe? Is my family safe?
Here's the coercion we were talking about, is getting him to say things.
Yeah.
The guards are telling me that my wife and family will be killed unless I call my wife and tell her that I killed the girls.
Yeah, that's the coercion piece. At one such meeting with his attorneys, Richard Allen mumbled in a somewhat incoherent fashion that Odinites were threatening him. It would be important to know that Richard Allen's defense team had never mentioned the words Odinites or Odinism, or informed Richard Allen that evidence suggests that Odinists murdered Abby and Libby until August 25th of 2023, when his defense team, in the presence of his wife, who was visiting with Rick in the prison.
Ooh, okay, so this question was asked earlier about his wife. And during the last document drop that we went through, where he had confessed to his wife and confessed to his mom, it stated that he had not talked to his wife, that he wasn't calling her anymore. But we did know from the hearings that she was still showing up to the hearings.
Right.
So this is interesting because now we know that as of August 25th, that she has visited him in prison.
Right. First discovered the exculpatory Odin-related evidence to Rick. Rick's defense team felt that having him remain unaware would hopefully keep Rick a bit safer. Oh, that's interesting. Rick's defense team felt that having him remain unaware would hopefully keep Rick a bit safer.
Because so he doesn't say anything to other prisoners or mention it to a guard that's the wrong guard to mention it to.
Yeah, I guess, but at the same time, I mean, he's being threatened by these people. Yeah. I mean, I see. I mean, I guess I understand, but I think keeping him safe is wow. Okay, due to Rick's weakened mental state, excuse me, and the concern that he might unwittingly discuss his attorney's strategy to Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson, Rick's attorneys opted to not discuss Odinism with their client out of fear that Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones would then be on the alert that Richard's defense team was aware of the Odinite involvement. Richard's defense team needed additional time to investigate and review evidence before feeling confident and comfortable in revealing their knowledge to the court of the strong evidence that Odinites murdered the girls and that Unified Command had chosen to do nothing about it, but in fact had hidden these facts from Judge Diener. Therefore, Richard's defense team opted to keep Richard in the dark about the Odinite connection to the murders supported by the evidence.
You want that footnote?
Yeah. Oh, that's a big one. This decision has been painfully and emotionally difficult for Rick's defense team, as defense counsel recognized that while the defense took the necessary time to review the discovery, to establish the Odinist links both to the murders and to the Westville Correctional Facility, defense counsel was also aware that Rick would remain in his hellhole at Westville, subject to the cruelty of Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson, and perhaps other Odinite corrections officers. This was especially painful at the June 15, 2023 hearing to transport Rick to Cass County, as defense counsel knew at the time of the links between the murders and Odinism and Westville. Unfortunately, defense counsel needed additional time to fully understand and verify the facts before leveling such accusations. This is the reason that the defense tactically decided to keep its knowledge to itself rather than reveal that knowledge in open court at the hearing. Unified Command and the prosecution's hiding of exculpatory evidence is even more angering because difficult strategic decisions could have been avoided had McClelland offered the exculpatory documents sooner. Perhaps then Rick would have filed for speedy trial or would have been removed from Westville, as the defense would have been able to more fully inform the court about the facts of the case. So, I mean, basically, the defense is putting all of these puzzle pieces together, but the defendant is being housed where the authority are people who, holy shit. And so they don't even want to tell their client what's happening because, nobody's safe.
But yet you don't want to tell him that he's not safe where he is. Or try to tell him who it is if those people are recording you.
Right, and we have no idea what kind of things are, that mental abuse that they're talking about, and he can't say, oh, I cannot believe that I'm sitting here and I feel sorry for and am concerned. I mean, listen, I read the other documents about him receiving poor treatment and stuff, I mean, I don't know why. I'm just so
this pushes me to believe that more than I did before. Not that I thought that it wasn't possible. I just didn't think it was probable. But if this is all happening, and these guys actually had these patches on, which I really hope that they took a picture of them with these patches on or something along those lines that shows that they were allowed to promote that in the prison system as the employees. I hope that there's something.
Yeah, there's got to be. I mean, at some point, they're on CCTV, in the days before that, during their shift or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
This is so crazy. I need you to take over for a second because, quite frankly, I need to go smoke a cigarette.
You do what you got to do, girl. Just stay. You can stay right there. Just
But-
mute if you want to, or
Yeah,
whatever.
I'm just gonna mute and I'll come back up, but I will be listening.
Okay.
But yeah,
Sure,
I'll be
you're
right
right
back.
here.
This is so. Thank you again for sharing this with me.
No, thank you for coming up and helping me. Thank all of you guys. Okay, so again, more detailed information concerning the Odinite corrections officers, as well as the documentation supporting that information, will be provided in the body of this memorandum. Liggett concealed certain witness testimony and falsified other witness testimony in order to prevent Liggett's bogus timeline from being exposed to the judge. Beyond the shocking omissions concerning the pagan cult's links to the murders and the fact that the Odinists were also watching Richard Allen, akin to foxes watching the henhouse, the evidence will show that Liggett's affidavit for search warrant is also filled with lies and other concealed information concerning witness testimony. This false and concealed information completely eviscerates the state's timeline. The evidence will show that Tony Liggett knew of the major problems that these witnesses' testimony created, and Liggett chose to solve his problem by concealing this information and even falsifying other information in order to bolster the state's bogus timeline. The evidence will show that Liggett concealed facts concerning descriptions that key witness Betsy Blair made directly to Liggett face-to-face in 2019 concerning the person that she, Betsy Blair, observed on the bridge. The person that she observed on the bridge. 2, a vehicle that she observed at the CPS parking lot at 2:15. He concealed facts concerning the descriptions, okay, for Liggett's timeline to work and to place Richard Allen on the Monon High Bridge at 2:13, the time of the famous Down the Hill video. Liggett desperately needed Betsy Blair to describe a man on the bridge that looked like Richard Allen, and furthermore desperately needed Betsy Blair to describe a car that she observed parked at the CPS parking lot at approximately 2:15 as looking like Richard Allen's black Ford Focus. Suffice it to say, the evidence will show that Liggett concealed from Judge Diener that Betsy Blair described a man on the bridge that looked nothing like Richard Allen and described a car at the CPS lot that looked nothing like Richard Allen's car, both in color and design. The evidence will show that Betsy provided these timeline-defeating descriptions directly to Liggett face-to-face 2 times in 2019. Yet Liggett failed to inform Judge Diener of these descriptions, as well as inform Diener of the fatal flaws that these missing descriptions created for the timeline. Okay, that's going to be interesting how they're going to be able to prove that. I haven't got there yet. Hey, Dark Horse Justice. Somebody said T. Hold on. I got to go back up. Ah, shit. Mouse on the wrong screen. Okay. The evidence will also show that Liggett just flat out lied about what he claimed Sarah Carbaugh told him in 2017 concerning a man walking down the road near the murder scene. For Liggett's timeline to work, Liggett needed Sarah Carbaugh to describe a man walking down the road wearing a blue jacket who had blood covering his clothing. However, in 2017, Sarah did not say these things. This did not prevent Liggett from affirming under oath that Sarah did say these things. In fact, what Sarah actually told Liggett in 2017 was that she observed a man walking down the road wearing a tan coat whose clothes were muddy. Nowhere did Carbaugh claim in 2017 that the man she observed was wearing a blue coat, and nowhere did she claim that 2017 that the man she observed was wearing bloody clothes. So a tan coat that was muddy. Okay, so that's interesting. This truth about what Sarah Carbaugh actually told Liggett in 2017 blows up Liggett's timeline, which is the likely reason Liggett failed to include this information in his affidavit. Additional evidence will be presented in the body of this memorandum. Okay. Well, I mean, these people would have to testify. There was like the 3 main witnesses that supposedly saw him. These people are going to have to testify. You can't go around saying that she said it was a blue jacket, and in her original statements, it's written that she actually said it was a tan jacket. It doesn't make sense. Okay. The defense believes that the evidence strongly supports the contention that Liggett intentionally concealed evidence from Judge Diener and lied about other evidence to Judge Diener in his affidavit for search warrant. However, even if Liggett did not intentionally conceal the evidence from the judge or did not intentionally place false information into the search warrant affidavit, at minimum, Liggett behaved recklessly when he prepared the affidavit, omitting the facts from Judge Diener and providing false information in the affidavit. As stated in the motion accompanying this brief, the defense must show that Liggett either intentionally or recklessly omitted facts from the affidavit or provided false statements in the affidavit. What they're trying to do here, I'm telling you guys, if they bust out that the entire search warrant was bogus and should have never been approved, guess what happens? When we talk about fruit of the poisonous tree, that is it. If that search warrant is bad, all the evidence is bad too. And none of it goes to trial. None of it will see the courtroom. And that's what they're doing here. And they're trying very thoroughly to make it happen. They have a trial date. It's January 4th, January 8th, it's the beginning of January 2024. Evidence supporting these facts were needles in a giant haystack of discovery. Well, that makes sense. That's intentional. And Ainsley, they're trying to say there is no bullet, which is also an interesting fact when we get there. Okay, to conclude the introductory portion of this memorandum, the defense would tell the court that the evidence supporting the assertions contained throughout this memorandum was buried deep in a mountain of discovery, thousands upon thousands of pages of paperwork and hundreds of hours of videos, but not buried deep enough. The court will know at the conclusion of this memorandum that the defense is not inventing, fabricating, or exaggerating these facts, no matter how crazy those facts may appear. Richard Allen's defense team is attaching to this memorandum the supporting documentation that provides proof that these facts are true. It will consist of 5 parts. Part 1 will be a description. Telling this person wrote a freaking book. Part 1 will be a description of the crime scene. The description will provide important and necessary context that will allow understanding for the rest of the memorandum and will also provide insight into the preposterous claim by Sheriff Liggett that one and only one person was responsible for these murders. This will be important as Sheriff must claim that Richard Allen acted alone in order to dispel the massive evidentiary foundation that supports the likelihood that the pre-planned abduction and ritualistic murder of Abby and Libby required multiple Odinites in order to succeed. Part 2 will detail the evidence that connects the Odinites to the murders. Tony Liggett concealed this evidence from Judge Diener when Liggett prepared and signed under oath the affidavit for the search warrant. This section is really long, detailed, and factually dense, especially for those not living and breathing this case. At the beginning of Section 2, Defense Counsel has provided Delphi infographic, a veritable visual representation of the major players mentioned in this memorandum, as well as a list of names and the relevance of those names found in the memorandum. These documents are offered as reference tools for assistance in unpacking these dense facts. Part 3 will detail the information that confirms that Tony Liggett concealed evidence in his search warrant affidavit concerning statements of Betsy Blair and fabricated statements in his search warrant affidavit concerning Sarah Carba. Part 4 will consist of evidence that Odinite corrections officers in leadership have been positioned to watch, guard, and intimidate Richard Allen since at least early April 2023. This section will also provide images of the patches. There you go, images of the patches worn by Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones, as well as images taken from their Facebook pages. Part 5 will include information concerning how Richard Allen became a patsy in this investigation 26 days before an election. This section will include information that Liggett failed to provide in his search warrant affidavit concerning the trustworthiness of Dan Doolin's so-called report. Part 5 will also address the complete lack of evidence that linked Richard Allen to the murders, including an analysis of the weak evidence that Liggett relied on in his affidavit as he attempted to persuade Judge Diener that evidence of the murders would be found in Richard Allen's home.
Holy crap.
Oh.
Wow. Look, while I was upstairs, I just grabbed the whole 2-liter because I'm about to caffeinate.
It's probably definitely necessary. Just got a little one down and back. Hey, ATS. Ruling on the Frank's motion will happen before the trial. This is why the defense wants cameras in the courtroom. Absolutely. Now talk about somebody who truly believes that their client is innocent and is being set up and is actually a patsy, is fighting for absolute transparency for the world to see that their client is innocent. Now, whether he actually is or not, I'm not going to say that. But
Right.
this is, talk about the, and we said this the other day on when we were talking about the whole cameras in the courtroom. Absolute opposite of what we're getting in Idaho.
Dynamite wants to know, are these public defenders?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
This is a lot. Okay, so this is the next part of this is the crime scene. This gets a little, it's very detailed and it does get a little gory, but it's interesting. And then there's a video that, of course, Shea Benet found and sent me that actually kind of draws this all out, so that we can kind of get a better visual of what they're talking about. Because I mean, it's, like I said, it's very detailed, so I'll do the best I can. Okay, so this is part one, the crime scene. When members of a search party found the girls in the late morning of February 14th, 2017, Abby and Libby had been missing for approximately 22 hours. So this, when we talk about time of death, here's another. So the time of death was marked as February 14th when they were found. Libby's family chose to put February 13th as her date of death, and Abby's family actually chose to keep the February 14th date. So if you look into the deaths of the two girls, that actually shows that they died on separate days.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah. Okay, so the scene was ghoulish. Libby was found at the base of a tree with 4 tree branches of varying sizes intentionally placed in a very specific and arranged pattern on her naked body. Libby was positioned flat on her back, with her left arm stretched above her head, touching the base of a large tree. Libby's right hand was covered in blood, and Libby's left hand was also covered in blood. Blood spots, and blood drippings were seen all over Libby's body from head to toe. Libby's right arm was placed along the side of her body. One large tree branch had been placed on her left shoulder. This branch was so long that it extended above Libby's head several feet and below her legs for several feet as well. 2 smaller branches formed a V where her legs joined her body near her genitalia, with both sides of the V extending upward towards Libby's head, with one branch extending to the left of Libby's head and the other to the right of Libby's head. The last of the 4 branches extended across Libby's body on a line from her right shoulder to her left shoulder. This 4th tree branch also connected with the other 3 branches and was placed under both branches that formed the V. Libby's sliced neck was partially covered by this 4th branch. There appeared to be no blood sprayed or dripped onto the leaves or the tree near Libby's head and sliced neck. It appeared likely that Libby had been killed at a nearby tree and then dragged to her final resting place, where she was then positioned before having the tree limbs placed on her in a very specific pattern. So there were some texts that were leaked really close to the beginning of the case, from David Erskine, and in the text messages, which I think I may have those, he actually talks about that there was no SA, and he talks about that Libby was naked, and that the girls were covered in branches. He doesn't say necessarily like strategically like to make like a symbol or anything.
Right.
He does say that Abby was found wearing the clothes that the picture was taken on the bridge. So that'll be an interesting point here in a minute. And then we did hear from people who attended the funeral that the girls had scarves on their neck.
Wow.
Okay, so the murderers treated Abby very differently. Abby was found just a few feet away from Libby. Her body was not placed parallel to Libby, but rather at an angle, with Abby's legs just a few feet from Libby's legs. However, both of their heads were found a few feet farther apart from each other, almost like a V.
Right. That's what I'm picturing.
And then in those leaked text messages, they did say that the girls were like touching each other, but not like they weren't tied up and they weren't tied together. They were slightly touching.
Right.
Okay. Significant differences existed between how Libby's body was found and how Abby's body was found. Abby was not found at the base of a tree. Abby was fully clothed. In fact, Abby was dressed in Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. No blood appeared on Abby's clothing, meaning that she was likely murdered while she was naked and then dressed by the murderers after she expired and after the blood had stopped spilling from her neck. Abby's hands were clean. There was no blood. Abby's feet were clean. No blood. Other than blood found around Abby's neck area where the murderers had inflicted the fatal wound, very little, if any, blood was found anywhere else on Abby's body or the clothing. The juxtaposition of the spots and streaks of blood found all over Libby's body with the lack of blood on Abby's body, undergarments, overgarments, is stark. The murderers appeared to have gone to great lengths to keep Abby's body and clothing clean from blood. Abby was found on her back like Libby. However, unlike Libby, Abby's elbows were bent, with her right and left arms both placed on her chest, Abby's left hand and arm near the left side of her face, and her right hand and arm near the right side of her face. Also, Abby's left leg was straight, while her right leg was bent at the knee. The murderers also placed her bent right leg under her left leg. Like Libby, those involved in the murder had placed tree branches in a very specific pattern on top of Abby. The pattern looks very similar to an asterisk consisting of 3 tree branches all joined in the middle. At least one of the tree branches appears to have been cleanly cut by some instrument, like an electric saw, rather than split or broken by hand, indicating, hold on real quick, I have a tiny human, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm. I'll just, while she's doing that, I'll just keep going, indicating that this was a preconceived plan. Above Abby's head were smaller sticks that had been placed over her hair, crudely mimicking horns or antlers. The amount of blood that would be perhaps expected at the crime scene, based upon the location of the injuries of both girls, was not visible in the crime scene photos. I just have this image in my head of, what's the tarot card? I think it's a tarot card, the Hanged Man. Let me pull up the document. What page does it look like we're on?
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I just read to the bottom.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But I'm thinking, have you seen that tarot card? I think it's called the Hanged Man.
Yeah, I think so.
And it was in like, I don't remember if it was Red Dragon or Hannibal, or, it was one of those movies where that was, that's one that comes to mind. Wow.
Candy cane, that's a very good, Candy cane has a good point. Valentine's Day is considered a pagan holiday.
Right. ATS says, did anyone see True Detective season 1?
Yes.
This reminds me of those crime scenes in it. And it does. And the other thing that I keep thinking as you're reading this, This absolutely does not seem like the work of one person. I mean,
Oh.
it just doesn't. Yeah, Daisy,
I'm
me
not in
too.
disagreement. And you're talking an hour and 22 minutes. Don't quote me on that, but it's not that long.
Right. Right. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want to pick back up, or?
I'll go back in for a minute.
Okay. All right.
Knock some stuff over first. Okay, so the defense has provided the court with 12 crime scene and autopsy photographs marked as exhibits 5 through 16 as confidential. These photographs support the descriptions provided in the previous paragraphs. In addition to the unusual way the girls were posed, including the stick formations placed on their bodies, another unusual marking was found on a nearby tree. A symbol that looked familiar to the letter F appeared approximately 4 feet above the base of the tree. The F was red in color, and later DNA testing showed that the F had been painted on the tree using Libby's blood as the so-called paint. Additional blood spatter was found at the base of that same tree. All the blood at the base of the tree appears to have been Libby's blood as well. The defense has also provided the court with Exhibit 17, which is DNA documentation supporting the fact that Libby's blood was the source of the F painted on the tree. Said exhibit is marked as confidential. So the stick configuration is a spot-on resemblance for the rune called Hegel. This rune is used to depict the word hail. Therefore, the combination of the Hegel rune found on Abby and I'm not going to say this right. Do you know how to say it? Ansu's rune found on the tree,
I assume,
when combined, would proclaim Hail Odin. This sentiment, Hail Odin, was one of the many Easter eggs Brad Holder left behind on his Facebook page on multiple posts. The defense team speculates that because of the lack of blood visible in the crime scene photos, especially concerning Abby, that the murderers may have saved the blood to use in future rituals. This is merely a theory. Once again, they don't have any facts behind that. So they just are saying that there's a lack of the amount of blood they would expect to see at this type of crime scene when it comes to Abby. The F resembles a rune called Ansu's, which stands for Odin. Again, when paired with the Hegel rune found on Abby, the combination would proclaim Hail Odin. This F symbol was the same F symbol found in many of Brad Holder's Facebook pages, which will be attached, including Holder's creepy self-drawn illustration in which a red F rune was found at the base of a tree where a man appeared to be sacrificed on a tree. I showed you guys that picture earlier.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
The defense has also provided 2 photos of this F found on the nearby tree, hereinafter called the F tree, which is exhibits 18 and 19, marked as confidential. Defense is also providing a photo of the F tree from a wider angle for the court to have perspective as to where the F tree is located relative to the bodies. That confidential photo has been marked as exhibit 20. Under Abby's left lower back, a shoe was found. This shoe is believed to be Libby's shoe. Under the shoe, a cell phone was found. The cell phone was later determined to be Libby's phone. This information was confirmed by the recent deposition testimony of Liggett, Lesenby, and Holman. According to recent depositions taken of Sheriff Liggett, the famous video of the person that many people call Bridge Guy was found on this phone. Additionally, allegedly found between the 2 girls, buried under the leaves and dirt, was a single bullet. Oh, thank you for joining, Professor Kate. I appreciate it. The defense has provided 2 photos of the shoe and the cell phone found under Abby's legs and marked them as exhibits 21 and 22 and have been filed confidentially. Also, the defense has provided 3 photos of a bullet purportedly, gosh, good. I knew it was going to happen sooner or later, found in the ground between Abby and Libby and marked these photos as exhibits 23, 24, 25. This part's crazy. It should be noted that as of the date of this memo, the defense has no photographs of the bullet allegedly found between the girls after it was removed from the ground. There's no photo or video, for example, that shows the bullet as it was being pulled out of the ground. No photo or video of the bullet immediately after it was pulled out of the ground. No video or photograph of all sides of the bullet immediately after it was pulled out of the ground. No photographs of the bullet next to the measuring device to show its length. No photos that show what the bullet looked like once it was pulled out of the ground could provide proof that it is even the same bullet that ended up in the evidence locker room.
What the
Shocking.
hell?
In his deposition, Sheriff Liggett admitted that he has also not seen any photographs. Like, what?
Wow. How can there not be any photographs?
Apparently, they took a photograph of the bullet that was
Well, it
there,
was still buried.
but that's it.
Wow.
So no idea the bullet that went from point A to point B, or point A to point Z, where it was B, C, all that's gone. No proof of it. No proof of chain of custody. No proof that they're going to be able to say that that is the bullet that was pulled from the ground. If that's true, that's a huge issue for this bullet.
Yeah.
In other words, the only photos that the defense has found in the discovery it has received are of the bullet still buried in the ground. At this time, the defense has no idea if A, photos of the bullet after it were removed from the ground even exist. I like that. A, 2. That's something I would totally do.
Mhm.
It should have been 1. Or 2, the photos exist, but the state has not yet turned these important photographs over to the defense. Or 3, the defense has missed these photos in the voluminous discovery. Either way, the defense has asked the prosecutor to please locate these photographs. Yeah, but Liggett said that he hasn't seen them either. So maybe they're there, maybe they're gone, maybe they were never taken. I guess that's something that they're gonna have to request and see if they'll be able to find them, or if the prosecutor's just gonna be like, oh yeah, they're in your discovery somewhere.
Wow.
Uncle Benny, this has always been a weird thing for me too. It's not a casing. It's not. It was. It still has the markings, but it was not. It just like fell out of the gun. Mary, if this is all able to be proven and they don't have a much better case, I don't even know how we're going to go to trial.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we had reasonable doubt in the first 10 pages.
Right. So when this goes in front of the judge, depending on what, like I said, this is just the motion to get a Franks hearing.
Yeah.
So this isn't even what they're presenting at trial yet.
Holy wow. Sorry.
No, yeah. You want to take this part?
Okay, starting at publicly.
Yep.
Okay, publicly, Liggett has claimed under oath that one single solitary person was responsible for abducting and murdering the girls, Richard Allen. Claiming publicly that Richard Allen acted alone would allow Liggett to continue proclaiming that the murders were not the result of a coordinated abduction and subsequent ritualistic sacrifice at the hands of a pagan religious cult. No, if Liggett continues trying to convince everyone publicly that one man and one man alone, Richard Allen, performed all the tasks, then Liggett must convince others, including the public, to ignore the voluminous mountain of evidence that supports the coordinated efforts of multiple Odinites. However, you will learn later in this memorandum that Liggett's claim that one man acting alone, and certainly not an organized band of cultists, murdered those girls is actually not something that he, Liggett, believes privately based upon one-on-one conversations with other law enforcement. Still, to be fair, Liggett's public proclamation under oath lets test Liggett's claims that one man, Richard Allen, acted alone by reviewing all the tasks that this 5'4" man would have had to accomplish in order to pull off the abduction, ritualistic murder, and then staged crime scene as it was found on February 14th, 2017. 1. This man would have to have been solely responsible for marching Abby and Libby down a steep hill. 2. This one man then would have had to march both girls through the woods for some distance. 3. At some point in time, this single solitary man would have had to cross a cold river whose depth was nearly 3.5 feet. At this depth, if the water were only 2 feet higher, Richard's whole body would have been completely immersed from head to toe. Number 4, with the cold river water rising well above his waist, this man, acting alone, has to worry about himself crossing the rushing river while also trying to corral 2 girls, keeping them from running or screaming, knowing that houses were not far away. Number 5, this man, on his own, would have had to then march the girls up to the site of the murders, while all 3, because of the depth of the water, were wearing undergarments, pants, shirts, jackets, socks, and shoes that were drenched with water from the river crossing. Number 6, once he and the girls arrived at the murder scene, this single solitary person then somehow would have had to subdue either Abby or Libby in rope or some other restraining device in order to have the ability to kill the unsubdued child without fear that the other child would run away or scream. Number 7,
I don't know if that part's necessarily true.
Right.
Because there is something real about fear.
That's true. Yeah.
You know, I don't know if necessarily, I've always thought that when they were talking about it being one person versus multiple people, that I've always thought one person could kill both girls without it being, you know, one totally freaking out.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. And I was thinking the same way. For me, the thing that's changing my mind to think that there was probably, you know, a group of people is just, you know, the staging of it all. I mean, it was all so carefully done. And then when we find out, you know, about the lack of blood with Abby, where is it? You know, I mean, what I just.
Well, then this could, does that also, like I said, I haven't read the entire document, so I don't know everything that happens later, but does that lead more to that they were actually somewhere else? And the defense puts in their, like, quote unquote theory of that they were like collecting the blood. And I hate, this is going to sound totally not nice, but were they like draining her on purpose?
I was kind of afraid to say it, but the way that she was positioned with one leg up and under the knee, you know, like I said, that's an image from that card where the person is hanging by one ankle, and then I kind of picture a bucket underneath. Now I'm just thinking out loud the terrible thoughts that are in my mind right now. It doesn't, you know, mean anything's true. It's just how I envision it. And if that's true, then I just, you know, I picture like, you know, it being drained. But what has me concerned, and the reason why I picture them hanging her from a tree to do that, is just because of that tarot card.
I had that picture up, right? The one that.
Yeah, I think I saw it earlier. I didn't know why I was seeing it. I was like, okay, maybe that's going to come up.
Yeah, hold on. What did I do with it is the question.
I just saw part of it. God, I hate even saying this out loud, but I can't get it out of my head. Yeah, that's not necessarily the tarot card. And in the other image,
this is at his house. Look at this is his table.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is his. I mean, I don't know if he. Oh no, it says him. It says his name down here on the bottom.
Uh-huh. Nice of him to sign it in red.
Holder. Yeah, it signs it in red. And it's got the drops of blood around the base of the tree.
Oh my God.
Or not this one, Shay? Which one? What other one is there? This is the one that made me think of. Let me see what else she's got. Hold on. I don't know why it made me, and I don't know that that's true because they also said that the way, and I don't think we've read that yet, that the way the way that Abby's throat was slit was the artery that was cut would have created a very slow death.
Right.
Brad Holder has an alibi. Well, what we're understanding, Lynn,
He also has a lot of friends.
that he was off of work at 3. But Brad Holder supposedly told his ex-wife that the other guy did it.
Right. And then and then his wife said that the reason he and Westfall were no longer friends is because they had an argument about something that he had basically taken too far in the woods or whatever, you know. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but okay.
And then I don't know if Sniper is still listening or not.
I just sent you a picture of the tarot card I'm talking about.
Okay,
and that's how her legs were.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me pull that up real quick. That's left leg under. And the other one, I think her right leg is under, if I remember correctly. Or was it her left leg?
I'd have to go back to be sure. This is one of those documents that it's going to take me several read-throughs before I can actually start to process the information.
It's just a lot.
Yeah. And I am going to go through and read it all in one recording with no commentary. And I'll put that on the Bedtime True Crime. I'll send you a link to it after I do it.
This is a lot. Okay, let me go back real quick. I think it was her right leg under her left. I just want to verify that I'm correct.
Yeah. Well, and in the image that I sent you with the Hanged Man card, that is the left ankle is the one that's tied, and the right foot is behind the.
Okay, so I was going to show you guys this video from a channel called True Crime Recliner, but Shay sent me a picture, so maybe I'll just show the picture instead. It's a picture of, so this guy took, so the channel's name is True Crime Recliner, and this guy took the details from this memorandum and drew it out in like sketch form. So I was going to show you his video, but I mean, it's just him talking anyway, so the picture will do just fine. So. But apparently this is what he does on his channel, is like draws stuff like this. Wow. Not like this, but I mean, he draws like crime scenes so that we can get like a visual of them. So he drew this based on
what we just read.
Yeah, based on what we just read. Yeah. So yeah, it was her right leg under.
Yeah. Yep, that's what we just read.
So it kind of gives you a visual of like this stick that's going this way, and then go. Oh, you know what you don't have on here? Maybe I'll just show the video real quick. Let me find it real quick again. He has the F on the tree up here too. You guys probably don't need to see that. It's just a drawing of an F. It's up here on the tree, and then it just like shows you like how the sticks were. And like how her hands were with the,
right.
And then the V, and then this other stick from shoulder to shoulder by her throat.
Right. Well, and I keep going back to the idea that that Abby, oh God, I don't even want to say it. But if she was above her while Libby was on the ground. You know what? I'm not going to say it.
Well, that's the other thing I haven't read yet, and I don't know. There's a lot of blood spatter that was found over Libby's body. Was that all Libby's blood? I'm assuming so by the way that the defense phrases this.
It wasn't exactly clear.
Right. You assume it because they talk about how they don't find Abby's blood really, like she's completely clean, basically. Commander Alpha Turkey, supposedly no. Okay, did you send me that one? Let me go back and look. See if he sent me that one. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, hold on. I'll show you this one. I took another one from the video. So it's a little further away. This is the gentleman's channel, True Crime Recliner. So you can see like he drew like the shoe and the cell phone underneath there. I mean,
Wow.
and then the F up here on the tree. That's a lot. There's a lot. Oh, thank you, Shay. Thank you. Yeah, he doesn't have very many subscribers, so I don't know if like he hasn't really done much yet or if he's just starting out. Oh, and here's Allie. She's back. Oh, Allie, what are you thinking? This is crazy. Can you hear me? Hey, Richie.
Can you guys hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. Oh my God, you guys have. I just cannot do this. This is absolute insanity. I truly cannot. And this is one of the first times I've ever like read a motion from a defense team and been like, okay, this is pretty believable and we're in trouble. Usually you're like, they're reaching. Maybe I could, I'm stunned. Absolutely stunned.
Yeah, the V does not stand for CVS. I think it was C-Dub that just said, like, I'm having a hard time. Yeah, she said, this isn't just some random CVS guy, it seems.
Yeah.
And I can't stop thinking that way. I'm amazed. Wow.
Okay, so Lynn said this guy had another channel with the same name, but this is a new channel. Did he do the same thing, Lynn? I had never heard of him until today. Did he do the same thing where he like went on and drew like the crime scenes from things like that? I mean, that's a pretty cool thing for people like us who want a visual but don't necessarily want the crime scene photos to be released. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, wow. Okay.
I want to see, because it's hard when they're like, okay, there's a stick face in this way and a stick face in that way. And you know what I mean? Like, you're like, okay, like what? Why would a white supremacist group sacrifice innocent, perfect whites? Well, according to Brad Holder's ex-wife, who says that Westfall did it, it was because Abby's mom was dating people outside of her race. Now, I don't even know if that's true. I mean, I've never looked into Abby's mom to see who Abby's mom is dating, nor do I care. You know what I mean?
It also sounded like it was a sort of blood in, blood out type of initiation.
For Elvis.
Right. I mean, maybe the, the Abby's mom thing, maybe that's why they chose her to be I mean, it doesn't strike me as a hate crime, but maybe that's why they chose her as the sacrifice.
Did I hear you guys correctly that Abby was one of them? She was wearing Libby's clothes.
Yeah. So that was the other thing. Like, I was asking Sleuth Investigates because I was telling you guys earlier, she was like 3 pages ahead of me in the whole when we were reading, and she kept like messaging me like spoilers. But I was like, where are Abby's clothes?
Right. What in the world?
Remember they had found like a pair of underwear and they found the shoe on the other side of the water, and
right.
I believe there was also a sock, if I remember correctly. I know somebody in chat will tell me if I'm right or wrong there. But where are Abby's clothes? And then the leaked text messages said that Abby was found in the clothes she was wearing when she was on the bridge. She was not wearing Libby's pants when she was on the bridge. She may have borrowed a sweatshirt, but that would have been the extent of it.
Right. Well, and, her throat was cut and there was no blood on those clothes. And that's why they thought that they, redressed her afterwards. Because, how does your throat get cut and there's no blood on the clothing? So it seems like they think that they were both killed naked.
So, but why redress her in Libby's clothes? And
Yeah, I
where
have
are
no
Abby's
idea.
clothes? This is what it makes no sense to me. And where's all the other articles of clothing?
It seems like every little detail means something deeper,
Right.
you know, every detail.
Is Richard Allen the guy who has all this detail?
I don't know, man.
They always said that the girls were covered like in sticks, and some people would say it was like ritualistic, and that was always a rumor
Right.
from like the beginning when I ever even heard of the case. But then now these actual things have meaning. I was always wondering, like, so did they just throw like sticks over them to like kind of conceal them?
Right.
Yes.
And it just landed like this, and now people are reading into it. But I mean, that's a lot of reading into. That's a lot of just happenstance, if that makes sense.
I remember wondering if they had been like, they tried to cover it up, like cover them up, you know, with a little bit of loose vegetation or something.
Yeah.
Now that you say that.
Oh, Amber, same. That comment that's on the screen right now.
I know.
Same. I'm just blown away.
Okay, so I have, let me pull it up real quick. I have what they took from his house. Because this whole memorandum is based on the affidavit for the search warrant, not the probable cause affidavit, but the affidavit for the search warrant.
Mhm.
So I was like, I'm going to pull that up. I want to see exactly what it says and stuff. And it does have, so like sealed envelope with the Samsung, the katana. I know they took clothes. I know they took the jacket, if I remember right. I mean, I haven't looked at this since it came out, to be honest with you. But I don't remember them finding anything that was ever said that it had to be one of the girls.
No, I don't remember that, but I do think you're right. He had like a similar style jacket.
Yeah.
Right. And I do remember somebody saying that it was staged. Let me see up in the comments. One of the attorneys said that it was staged. Yeah. Lynn says the attorney said the crime scene was staged. And I do remember hearing that the crime scene was staged, but I didn't picture anything like this.
That's the car. Where's the other one that has? Maybe it's this one. Is this the other house one? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is the boots 7.5. Boots 6.5. Double-edged sword. Folding knife. I remember there being a lot of knives. They took a lot of knives. More knives. The Adidas, a bag containing one blue jacket with red stripes. A quarter zip sweatshirt, black and green fox hooded sweatshirt, black and gray North End coat, blue Carhartt coat, Timberland boots size 8, Arizona jeans 34 by 29. And then they have the gun that they matched. Is this the same one? I can't tell because in my folder it's like, no, this is the second one. So sealed. So here's your Arizona 34 by 29. More Arizona. You get a lot of Arizona pants and Levi Strauss pants, same size. Winter gray hat, black and red UFC hooded sweatshirt, the quarter zip George sweatshirt, black and blue quarter zip Walmart sweatshirt, a George sweatshirt, Kenneth Cole sweatshirt, Fruit of the Loom sweatshirt, a Starter sweatshirt, a Spider sweatshirt, blue sweatshirt with an old label, one blue Adidas sweatshirt, one brown fitted cap, and a small bill. There you go. There's your cap. Sealed paper bag containing one black WRI stocking cap, Ford Racing stocking cap, one black Adidas stocking cap, one red and white, one gray and brown, and one Canada. A Adidas skull cap, NFL Colts skull cap, Carhartt stocking cap, 10 pairs of gloves and one extra glove. All right, well, it's like socks, I guess. One blue fabric strap and one blue-green fabric strap. The HP laptop, multiple headbands, cardboard box containing miscellaneous cellular stuff, Winchester empty ammo box, the smaller envelope containing one Cruiser micro flash drive, sealed envelope containing the hard drive.
I think I'm going to jump back in chat because my internet is just being ridiculous and like every other word I can't hear. But through YouTube, it was not at all. It's just through StreamYard.
Oh, bummer.
Freaking StreamYard. Okay, honey, no worries. We love you.
But I love you guys, and I am so interested in here for every word of this because it's absolute. I'm shocked. I don't even know how I'm going to sleep tonight after all this. But okay, I'll see you guys later. Oh God.
I don't even know.
You're probably going to need a part 2.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap it up soon.
Wait, before I go, before I go, because I think if I was on my computer it'd be better, but I left it at Mom, so I'm not even gonna mess with it. But I gotta ask you something. That picture you showed that looks similar to that tarot card of the hanged man. You said that was from who? From where?
That's the one that Brad Holder painted.
Yeah.
Here, this one. Let's back up. Let me see.
Signed it in red with an F on the tree and everything.
Not that one.
What?
Yeah.
This is on his
with
Facebook.
The F on the tree too. Oh my God!
Oh, I'm sorry. Isn't the F below in the largest circle, or no?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Maybe.
For some reason, I was thinking that was an F. It might not.
Maybe it is.
I might be wrong.
You might be
right.
right.
It does kind of look like it.
Yeah, I think that's an F.
I think that's. Oh, wow. Oh my God. I just don't see if I think you guys are right. They need to be worried about everybody's safety, including the witnesses, the attorneys, everybody. But I just don't see how, if all this evidence is presented, I don't know. I look forward to seeing that though. All right, guys, I'm jumping down. Thank you for having me. I love you. I'll be listening.
See, in this picture, the right leg is bent, like Abby's would have been.
Well, see, to me that looks like his right leg is the one that's hanging, and the left leg is bent.
Yeah. Well, this would be his left leg.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But in the tarot card that you sent me, it was the left leg too, wasn't it?
I think so, but me looking at this picture,
no, it was the right leg that she's hanging by that person's hanging by the right leg, and the left side is one.
See,
so
I see that
how she would have been.
I see that opposite as you do. I see it as because we're looking at them. So if you kind of put yourself in there,
you put yourself hanging like that. That's his left leg that's hung up here, and his right leg is bent behind it, which is what they're saying. What they're saying is how Abby was found.
Okay.
I'll pull that one back up. Like that.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to put us off onto a tangent. I seriously, I'm like, I know that sounds really grotesque, and I really don't mean it to sound grotesque, but is that what happened to her then? Are they saying that her body is clean, but are they saying like she doesn't have any blood left in her body? Like I don't know how to say that without saying it.
Yeah, I don't think it was clear. Corey says it also represents the number 4. And I think Jen Lu made the comment earlier that something about wrestling also had to do with the number 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. An angel's lie. Yeah, the judge that they're actually referencing in this document, he recused himself. He's not the judge. I think it's Francis Goal. Judge Goal, I know that, is the judge of the case. All right, and you want to finish this section, or I don't know, it's up to you guys. Let me see how many more pages. We're already 4 hours deep into this, you guys. I don't know. I mean, we were at page 33, and I think the rest of this section goes to. I mean, I don't know how much more you guys want to do.
Totally up to you. As soon as we're done, though, I am going to record it. So if I have the recording of it, we could always do a part 2 and you could just
Okay.
like, play the recording and stop it and pause it, and then we wouldn't have to remember where we were, kind of thing.
Okay, that's true.
If
We
that
could do
would
that.
be
I
helpful.
want to show you guys the video. Crime Sleuth, and don't leave yet because I want to show them the video that you made. I knew that I had it up, but we're talking about other things. So remember earlier in the live, I was sending the pictures over to Crime Sleuthin. And did I say Crime Curious?
No, I
don't know
think
which
you
one
can Crime Sleuthin.
Okay, good. So Crime Sleuthin made this video. I haven't watched it yet because obviously I was live with you guys. But so she made this to kind of give us like an overlay of these pieces. So we're gonna watch this before we finish up. And Shabanay, if you're still here, if you wouldn't mind, you can drop the document link in chat again. So if anybody wants to read it. Also, no, not that one. Wait, did you send me another one? Oh wow, hold on. This one's shorter. Okay, don't play this one, she said. Play the other one. Okay, let me pull the other one up. Oh, hey, Jen Lou's back. Hold on, Jen. Hold on.
Yay.
Give me a second. Oh, shit. Where did it go? Where did that go? I have too much crap open on my computer, and I'm losing everything.
You have Karen.
Okay, here. Hold on, Jen Lou. I'm coming for you. Give me a second. I'm just trying to find all my lost stuff. There's so much stuff open. Okay, so Crime Sleuthin made this for us. Hi, Jen Lou. Welcome back.
Hi, babe. Yeah, she did a great job. She did it exactly how I asked her to do it.
Perfect. Okay, so we're going to play it.
What kind of haircut do you have, Karen?
Oh.
Okay, fact one.
And there's an ankle injury around that time.
Mm-hmm. We need to figure out. Apparently a lot of people in Indiana, Tom, they like those hats.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little quiet. If you're gonna upload it, Crime Sleuthin, I just suggest maybe upping the volume a little bit on your editor. Only because it is kind of hard to hear, at least on my end. But it's tough. I wonder how tall Brad Holder really is.
What kind of haircut do you have, Karen? Okay, fact one.
I want to know what did that post say? I hadn't seen that post.
I was telling his son to keep his head up.
Logan Holder, I know you're upset. Keep your head up. Your dad is here. Dang. That's kind of messed up.
Now, where I'm leaning towards them being similar is the pants, where they stick out from the, like, that's like, it looks like where his knees would be.
Right.
And they're not every, okay. Yes, all this of the same size jeans are manufactured the same way, but they don't all wear the same way because everybody's body is a little bit different.
Right.
And so I find that to be very interesting. It is definitely something worth noting that the pants have that bolt, like they poke out. I don't know another way to describe it. At the same place.
They have like that side coming out.
Yeah, it right in the knees, right where the knees are at. You know what I mean? Like, go back and look at the pants. I'll show you, please.
Oh, yeah, of course. So Jeannie Smith says the hat has a meaning to Odin. Normal Indiana people don't wear that type of hat. What
I
would the
want
hat-
to.
I don't know enough
I don't
about
know.
it. No,
Oh, there's an echo.
sorry.
Is it me?
Is it me you're looking for?
Hello. Okay, this is the other thing I was thinking about. So, yes, I did make a reference to the way that she's posed with her legs. That is a wrestling term, like not a legitimate wrestling, like Hulk Hogan wrestling. Okay, it's called the figure four, but because it does make a four.
Oh yeah.
So I was wondering in the Odinists, what are they called? Odinites in their alphabet. What is the fourth letter? I know in the English alphabet it's D, which
Right.
Delphi, but I'm curious what their fourth letter is.
I have no idea. Never
Because
been down
that's
that rabbit hole. I didn't expect to ever have to go down it.
me neither, but that's not like, it's very, very clear that staged is not the right word. Posed is the correct word. They are posed. Staged sort of implies like it's made to look like when somebody commits
went through this whole
an
thing like that.
unaliving and they stage it to seem like there was a break-in and they didn't actually kill the person. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's staging. This is posing. I mean, there's a certain element of staging to it, but their bodies most definitely were posed. That's a pose.
So
Nobody dies that way naturally, huh?
Yeah, if you look at the difference between staging and posing, staging is defined as the purposeful alteration of a crime scene to make it appear that it is something that it is not. So like I went in and killed my husband and I stage it to look like a break-in.
Correct.
And I say
like
that
Pamela Smart or who else? Somebody recent.
Tom, is that true? Tom just said F is the fourth letter.
Shut the front door. I'm done with this case. I need to leave.
No kidding. And then posing is actually positioning of a victim's body. Usually it's like degrading to the victim.
Look how smart Jen Lewis 27% of the time.
I can't believe that's legit.
Holy guaca. But because everything to me, when I was, okay, so I'm full confession here, everybody. While Jen and Teresa were reading that particular part, the crime scene part, I was in the shower, okay? And the minute you started talking about the sticks and then the deer, I immediately went to True Detective Season 1. And I made a mental note. I said, go after you get out of the shower, look up what year True Detective Season 1 came out. And right as I was thinking that in my brain, you highlighted ATS News's comment talking about the exact same thing.
Yeah,
that was also ritualistic. Yeah. That was also
tree branches and shit.
Correct. On each one of the victims. And the dolls, the little corn doll looking things.
Wasn't one of the pictures that he posted, wasn't it the alphabet or was that just symbols? That is crazy. I can't believe that you actually thought about that too.
Yeah.
It is. I'm looking to see.
So to me, when you're reading all of this out, whoever did this, whether it was one person or multiple people, there is a message in the way that everything was done. It was purposeful. It's not like they were just, bless their hearts, unalived and then just discarded. Because we've seen that too. And that's not this. There are other crimes that have happened where like bodies have been washed, like the Atlanta child murders. All of the victims in those crimes, their bodies were washed as well. So were their clothes.
This is and she was cleaned, and I don't know where her clothes are.
And some of the victims.
That's where it was. It was on his Pinterest. Shay, thank you for sending that. Give me 1 second. I'll send this over.
Oh, Max, I was thinking about that in the shower as well. But in that case, it was the opposite. So it was the prosecution alleging that it was a cult ritual sacrifice, OCC, not ACULT, but occult, like devil worshiping, right? And it was the defense that was like, no, right? And they hired Ron Lax, and he went and basically reinvestigated the crime before the trials. So anyway, but there is but to me it's
Brad Holder's. This was on Brad Holder's Pinterest.
Okay. I have to.
So I was trying to see if there's anything that
looks like a 4.
Yeah. This protection, polarity, and regeneration somewhat has that. Like.
Mm-hmm.
So does this. Oh, wait, that's it. It's the same. But they said that like hers meant hail.
Right. I'm sending you, Teresa, I'm sending you an image
So there's
of the runes and their meanings, and it has both of those words. So the fourth rune is the one that looks like an F, and that's the one that means Ansus or God. I'm sure I didn't say that properly.
Yeah, the one that is actually represents Odin himself. Like they were saying, it means hail Odin.
Right, and then hail is lower on the list, and it looks kind of like 2 H's, although from a distance it looks kind of like N. And then that word I think is Haganaz or Haganaz.
So this weird thing means hail, but
this is crazy.
How did they get hail from the way that she was, the sticks on her body? If her sticks were like an asterisk.
Right, that's what I was thinking. I don't see that H anywhere. You know, the rune that looks like a double H. But there are others that are on, I think it's on the Wikipedia page for runes. There are several different images that do look like the branches that were placed on Abby's body.
Wow.
This is
I have no idea what I'm doing.
I don't know. I might be back tomorrow with this because I can't.
Yeah. This is too much for everybody's brain for one night. Like, first of all, okay, like we talked about this earlier, okay, and you guys touched on it after I got off. The truth of the matter is, if they took a risk, no matter what you believe, writing this. If you believe what they're saying is true, particularly about where he's being housed and who is in charge of him, they just put their client in danger even more. Or perhaps making it public. Now the thinking is they're being watched, so maybe it's actually in a very messed up way of a form of protection. People don't do stuff when they've got a spotlight on them, right? You know, they want to. Okay. So maybe that's part of it. But if it's not true, then they just put their whole entire careers on the line.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that just seems like, I don't know, that just seems it's too far-fetched for them to have to put this out here and risk everything, risk their careers.
Well, and how long was it before Richard Allen was arrested?
October of 2022. It's 5.5 years.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody was going to be a patsy, wouldn't they be a patsy way sooner?
The only thing is that they're saying is that there was an election coming up in 26 days, which is something else they talk about in that memorandum that we didn't get to tonight.
Yeah.
Part of the fact that the Delphi case had not been solved was, according to them, going to hinder the re-election or the election itself. So they needed somebody to be the guy.
With all of this symbology, how can they arrest somebody that has absolutely zero ties to Odinism? How is that even possible? I mean, the symbology is clear. Well,
it is to, what's his name? Glick?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, hey, there's more that attaches this crime to Odinism than it does to this Richard Allen guy. So he requested that meeting, expecting that they were going to give him some assurances that Richard Allen was the guy, and what they found that tied him to it. And if the only thing that they actually have is that bullet, and there's no pictures, we're in trouble.
And he never even...
We know he was there. We know he was there. He admitted to being there.
And he never even searched any of these terms on any electronic devices, nothing about Odinism or runes or any of it, ever, not once.
We don't know. Well, we also don't have a response to this from the prosecution yet, so that's going to be another.
Yes, that's what I'm waiting for. What's the state got to say about this? Hey, Carol freaking Claus, that's what I want to hear.
Put all this poppycock to rest. Like, this is
correct.
And we have the documentation showing that Brad Holder was here and that these people have never been here. And this is how we, totally push them out of the equation. We don't have any of that yet. That doesn't mean it's not there. It just means the defense doesn't want to have it or doesn't have it and doesn't want to show it.
Right. We need to hear, I will say this, while there's some really serious allegations being made in this memorandum, just on its face, right? The right thing to do, the prudent thing to do, is to listen and be like, oh my, and take it all in, right? Just exactly like we're doing, but we have got to wait to hear what the state's response is. We have to give the other side an opportunity to address this, because this is some crazy stuff.
Okay, so this is what he posted on.
But I will say this before I forget, just real quick, Teresa. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. I'm just grabbing something from Shay.
I am. Okay. I kind of am wondering if where the girls were found also was more of a dump site. Now, that could be that where they were posed is where they were posed, right? And that would be the secondary crime scene. And where the actual unaliving happened, it could have still happened in those woods, just at a farther distance. You see what I'm saying? Away from there, and they were moved there. But it sounds to me like that that's more than likely a dump site. But that is based just on this information right now. Just because blood isn't visible in crime scene photos, I don't know what that means. What that means to them. To me, it means they can't see any blood. But I need to know what was the foliage, what was on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Just because you can't see the blood in a crime scene photo doesn't mean it wasn't there, and it doesn't mean it wasn't photographed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's still some stuff out there. But I was surprised that there was no essay, because I thought that there was.
They had originally said that there wasn't. They just said that she was found nude. That Libby was nude is what the
perhaps said. Maybe I don't know where I heard that. I thought that she was. I'm glad she wasn't, though.
Did I say Brad Holder? If I said that, I apologize. Now I'm over 4 hours. My head is just in 1,000 directions. If I said arrested Brad Holder, I apologize. I don't even know anymore. That's why I'm like, I know as much as I could sit here and keep doing this for a very long time, I won't make any sense anymore. My head is like, it's full.
Are you talking about because of what you have on the highlighted?
I did, yeah.
Okay, I think I think what she's meaning by that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we have to keep in mind that the state did arrest after 5.5 years of investigation, Richard Allen and not Brad Holder, meaning I think she's meaning they must have something more than, more on Richard Allen, and that their answer is going to reflect that.
Okay.
I think that's what she means, because I don't think you ever said she.
Did I say that? I don't know. I'm like, at this point, I don't even know anymore if I said that. Oh, Ainsley says the police have not said that there wasn't SA. The only way that we know that is basically from David Erskine's leaked text messages.
Okay.
So I guess we're still up in the air.
Did I have it wrong? Ainsley also says Brad's son was dating Libby.
Brad's son was dating Abby.
Abby. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Logan was dating Abby. Yep. Absolutely. Remember that everybody is innocent, unless and until proven guilty in a court of law, even though I will constantly say that. And I will say Casey Anthony is still guilty, whether she was convicted in a court of law or not. I don't care. Sue me.
There's a difference between legal guilt and moral guilt.
That woman is morally guilty.
You can be, and she wasn't found, she was acquitted. That's not quite the same as not guilty.
Yeah.
Right. Not guilty doesn't necessarily mean innocent.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Other than that, I try really hard to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and until I see everything. So now so this was the last thing that Shay sent me. I think it's the last, maybe not. She may have sent me something else. But this is what he posted on Valentine's Day that year. This is from Brad Holder's account. You're supposed to send people hearts and kittens on Valentine's Day. You're welcome.
Wow.
And she did send me more. I'll show you this. Let me grab it real quick because this is also an important one.
Okay, I can't really judge about that because on Valentine's Day, I find like memes from Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees. They have Valentine's Day cards, and I'd be sending those to my hubby. And I did one time send Teresa a GIF for Valentine's Day that said, "Get in, loser, we're going caring."
Yeah, we are.
That is one hell of an ankle injury.
Yikes on bikes. That's a hell of a sprain, isn't it?
January 30th, 2017. So 14 days before the murders.
Looks like he has gout.
Said he rolled it. He rolled it.
Yeah. Yeah, rolled it. That's
Saturday. So that would be, I'd have to look back at dates. So it'd be a little bit more than 14 days. And then what else did she send me? She digs, man. Shabanae digs and finds all kinds of goodies for me. Here is the area where Delphi teens were found. Property owner points out it's very rough terrain. Yeah, that's why I said, like, in the photos, it looks like it's not as steep, but in the video that I saw, it is actually much steeper. It's, like that whole, when you're there, things look, you have a totally different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when like down the hill, it's like,
I feel like we need a class trip.
Gosh,
I feel like we need a field trip.
That's one I've always wanted to do.
That's one of the places that gets real cold, though, Teresa. You and I are not going to make it, babe.
I know. We can go at a different time of year.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
So yeah, just for us.
Just for us.
Just for us. Okay, hold on. And then Ainsley had sent me. I want to make sure you guys see all these things that people sent me. So Ainsley, thank you. You've been sending me some nuggets. Let me pull this one up. This is from February 28th of 2017. Oh, I was going to pull this up earlier when I was asking if Sniper was still in chat, and then I never looked to see if Sniper was still in chat. This is Brad Holder eating breakfast with his weapons.
As one does.
I'm not really a breakfast person, but if I were, I do eat breakfast for dinner. And when I have breakfast for dinner, it's not with my weapons. It's usually with Alice sitting right next to me. I like pancakes too.
She's kind of like a weapon.
She is a weapon. She's one you just don't, you would mistake as a very adorable and gorgeous cat, and then you make the wrong move and you'll know. She's like my little ninja assassin.
Yeah, we need BTK's insight. Let's contact him. He'll talk.
I mean, what kind of place setting is that? You've got the guns. I don't even think that's proper etiquette. I don't think that's correct at all. I think the gun should be on the other side. And is that what's that next to it? Yeah, on the other side, the clip. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, and that's a Freemason hat up here on the top. Okay, Sniper, you were still in chat. Thank you. Where'd you go? I just saw you. Okay, that is not the same type of gun on the table. Okay, good to know. If my husband's not around, Sniper always helps me out with the gun stuff because I don't know the difference between my guns. Yeah, that's the hat. That's a Mason hat. Okay.
Also, that's not a very healthy meal. I don't know what he's eating. It looks like fried chicken and mashed potatoes, but maybe it's some type of breakfast. If that's
fried eggs and hash.
Fried eggs and hash. Where's the orange juice? You need to have, you need to have a little bit of need orange juice for them nitrites. It's not very healthy.
Dynamite says that's a meme photo and it gets used a lot. What's a meme photo? This one is? Dynamite, which one is? This eggs and hash? Yeah, Max, I'm not pulling up no photos of NK or her dad. That's for
God,
sure.
no. Please don't. We have left that island. We don't talk about that island. We're not going back to that island. There ain't no field trips to that island. F that island. Hate that island. Stupid island.
There's no way this is a meme?
Huh.
This is no way that's a meme. I mean, that's a really messy meme. Is it? I'm going to look then.
Look it up. Look it up.
Let me look.
Because I remember in the Taylor Business trial, they made a big deal about the stuff that was on her phone as far as some memes that she had looked up pertaining to Dahmer. But like the Chef Boyardee one had been out I've seen that's been out forever. So I wasn't like all shocked about that. And normally under any other circumstances, like I would be like, they're not connected except for what she ended up doing. Kind of has had a little Dahmer flavor to it. So yeah.
You said flavor.
I know. It was a poor choice of words, but it was all I could think of at the time. Sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna jump off of here before I get too far gone and I can't make my recording.
Yeah, no, yeah, do what you gotta do. I thank you so much for your help tonight. I can't thank you enough.
Thinking back to 4 hours ago, like I like to read.
You give the best read, I swear, Jen. You really do.
You have no idea why I was asking you guys for help. I knew what we were about to get into, and I knew I was not going to make it. I was not going to make it. And look, we only made it to page like 33.
How many more do we have?
136 minus 33. So we have 103.
There's not much I wouldn't do for you, T.
Like something bites.
I don't think this is a meme because I can't find this anywhere. If somebody finds this as a meme, send it to me. Because I can't find anything that pops up with that. I do see if I put in like eggs and hash with a gun, like there's a lot of pictures that are like that. I don't know. Find it for me. Let me know.
Right. My Google searches are weird enough. I'm not going there.
I already did it.
I'm already on the list. I know I'm on a list.
I'm actually getting ready to end. Otherwise, I would totally let you come up. We've been on here now for almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
We didn't even make it a quarter of the way through the document, but it's like mind-blowing information, and I cannot wait to finish reading it, and I cannot wait to see the prosecution's response.
Yes.
Well, see, and I like recording stuff like this, like the court documents, without commentary, but the commentary is really important. So if we can use them both together, then that's a slam. It's a grand slam. Love it.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll get to work on it, and I will talk to you guys both very soon.
Thank you.
Goodbye,
Thank
babe.
you, Jen Lou. Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye,
Thank you.
guys.
I'm curious. Thank you, Alex Erickson. Thank you, every single person in chat, for coming and hanging out and going through. I don't even know what to call this memorandum from the defense of Richard Allen that really has got my mind blown. And I don't know how long that they have to respond, Dark Horse. How do you have any idea? I don't actually know that.
I was just thinking about that, and I'm curious myself. Usually it's pretty quick, usually within, like, I don't know, 15 days or something like that, or maybe 30. They might have 30.
It's like 10 or 30 typically. Is I always hear, 10 days or 30 days.
Yeah.
I always get those. 2 days I've seen. Okay, so Ali said I've seen 2 days and I've seen 2 months. They definitely have more than 2 days to answer to that. That's huge.
Yes.
I have to give a very special thank you to Shaban A, Sluice Investigates, and Ainsley Jess for sending me everything that you guys sent me today. I would not have even been able to find half of this stuff in that amount of time without the 3 of you. I don't even know if all 3 of you are still here, but I need you guys to know that I appreciate you guys immensely. And my co-hosts and my readers, I couldn't even tell you how much I thank you. And thank you guys for hanging out for freaking almost 4.5 hours. I'm going to try to be back tomorrow. We'll see how much Crime Curious has done on the recording, and maybe we'll just let her read it to us, and we'll just finish it that way.
That's a good idea.
Right? I know. I might just let her read it tonight, record it, and then I'll just play her video.
Yeah. There you go. But we still have to think, like she's reading it and playing it, but we still have to think of commentary plus supporting documents. I'm big on the supporting documents.
Yeah, me too. All right.
All right. Bye, you guys.
And thank you for coming up. I've missed you. I haven't had you.
I've missed you too. I know. It's been a long time.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, me too. I appreciate you too. All right.
I'm gonna
Bye.
get some dinner. Maybe I'm gonna make some eggs and hash.
Ew. Well, drink some orange juice. You know how I feel about eggs. There are no dice for Jen Lou. All right, I'm leaving for real.
I love eggs. All right. Good night, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow, and we will. I gotta do this Idaho live that I had all the docs and everything ready, and I keep pushing it off. Crime Sleuthin will be live tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Central on Idaho. Jen, when's your next live?
Oh, God, I don't even know. I've been pushing off a live for a long time. I need to get back to it. There's a couple of trials I'm watching, and they're sad, and I don't know if I can do any more sad, but that's kind of the business we're in. And so, yeah, I need to make myself go live.
Yeah, do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. I'll be live tomorrow, whether it's to finish this or to do Idaho. I don't know. I don't even know anymore. We'll figure it out tomorrow, I think.
Okay.
All right. Love you guys.
Bye.
Bye.